Welcome to the ranking of my top 100 favorite amusement and theme park rides of all time. Inspired by the Hardcore Breakdown's top 100 bands of all time, this list is a showcase of amusement and theme park attractions that I hold very close to my heart. From the good old roller coasters to dark rides, water rides, and even flat rides, I wouldn't be the amusement and theme park fan I am today without these amazing attractions. Not every spot in this ranking is going to please the masses, but they don't have to. This is simply one big list from someone who has been to dozens of parks and has experienced hundreds upon hundreds of rides and attractions. Keep in mind that I've only ridden rides in the United States, and I haven't ridden every ride in the United States for that matter, so bear with me as I talk about what are my personal favorites. Most importantly, I'm not trying to objectify any part of the ranking. I am simply showcasing one big, insignificant opinion among a large community. Join me as I jump into the amusement and theme park world and rank the rides that I personally think are the greatest, and it all starts right now. Number 100. Here we are at the start of the ranking, and I kick off with an absolute guilty pleasure. This is a lesser known dark ride in a park filled to the brim with legendary rides of the same nature. What sets this one apart from the others is how straight up wacky it is. It consists of a set storyline that will leave unsuspecting riders in absolute shock. I love going to this park with people who haven't ridden this particular ride yet and seeing their shocked reactions by the end of it. Seriously, I was wrapping my head around what happened during my first ride on this, and it has been a personal favorite of mine ever since. Are you ready to commit crimes and go to hell? Because that is exactly what happens on my number 100 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride at Disneyland. Number 99. This right here is one of my favorite rides to relax on, especially when it's a hot and hectic day. This is an indoor attraction based around the great outdoors. You will take in the breeze while experiencing a wide dimension of ride elements, whether it's with movement, sound, and especially smell. There are a few scents on this ride that are the best smells at any theme park I've been to, especially during that section of the ride flying over the tropical islands. When all of the aforementioned elements are combined together, it makes for an unforgettable experience. Furthermore, this ride has a nostalgic seasonal offering where you ride through much more localized destinations. That separate offering is just as good, if not arguably better than the regular ordeal. Enjoy your flight on my number 99 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Soarin' at Epcot and Disney California Adventure. Number 98. For the first time in this ranking, we take a look at a roller coaster. It's not just any roller coaster though, this is an indoor coaster, and a pretty darn thrilling one at that. This ride starts with a launch and leads into a spaghetti bowl layout packed with 3 fun inversions. On top of that, the ride is well themed and the whole experience is enhanced by the ride's soundtrack. Throughout each ride on this coaster, classic rock music is blasted while you're speeding around and going through inversions. Yes, the band behind the music is majorly controversial for reasons I'd rather not get into right now, but separating the art from the artist, the music on this ride gets my adrenaline pumping. It's thrilling, thematic, and is overall a worthy attraction for being the only looping coaster at the Walt Disney World Resort. My number 98 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Rock'n' Roller Coaster at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Number 97. This next ride is a roller coaster that hits close to home. When I first rode this in its opening year all the way back in 2012, I was immediately surprised. It's a roller coaster on the smaller side, but it is filled with multiple airtime moments and other little intense sections, including 2 small launches. The first half of this ride is solid with a bunch of sharp turns and little pops of airtime, but the ride truly shines at its second half. This final half is highlighted by 2 twisted hills that will absolutely fling you to the side and stand out of your seat. Furthermore, this ride isn't just about thrills, as the queue line is one of the most scenic at any theme park, and there is a thematic surprise before riders make their first launch. It may not be the most fun coaster you think of under this name, but it's still a very fun one. Get ready to ride the ray and feel the rush on my number 97 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Manta at SeaWorld San Diego. Number 96. My number 96 favorite ride is a thematic water ride. Since 2004, I have ridden a variant of this water ride that is close to home, and although it's fun, it is definitely the inferior version of this original creation. Fast forward to 2016, I finally experienced this, the original version of the ride, and was ultimately impressed. There's a whole bunch of beautiful theming, the drops are super fun, and it even included a riveting story. Last time I rode this was in 2022, and although the story is gone, the ride is still beautiful, thrilling, and you will not come off this attraction dry. Get ready for a twisting, turning adventure through the Lost City aboard my number 96 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Journey to Atlantis at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 95. I came into this next ride with the expectation that it would be one of the best attractions of its type, and I exactly got that. Tucked in the back at one of America's most popular theme parks, there is this classic of their property. It's a dark ride that is best done with your friends or family, but you can still have plenty of fun riding alone or using this ride's single rider line. What makes this ride so fun? Well, it's a shooting dark ride. You sit down, pick up your little laser blaster, and journey through multiple thematic corridors while hitting distant targets. The sets on this ride are super fun, even if age is slowly creeping up on the whole shebang. You blast, you spin, and overall, this is a shooting dark ride experience that is out of this world. My number 95 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Men in Black Alien Attack at Universal Studios Florida. Number 94. In the previous spot, I talked about a marvelous shooting dark ride with Men in Black Alien Attack. But just above that is what I personally consider my favorite shooting dark ride of all time. It's one that doesn't have physical sets like Men in Black, but the fun factor of this next ride slightly overpowers it. My preference towards this ride over Alien Attack primarily stems from the memories I had, and still have, with beloved family members. We always have so much fun with each and every section of the ride. My most fond memories was when my mom was ahead in score during the entire ride, and when it came down to the final section where you have to hit one target as quickly as possible, my strong arm gave me the higher score by the end of it all. It's an overall test of skill that leads to one heck of a fun attraction that not only can you experience on both sides of the United States, but also in Tokyo, Japan, my number 94 amusement and theme park ride of all time, which is also my favorite shooting dark ride of all time, Toy Story Midway Mania at Disney's Hollywood Studios in Disney California Adventure. Number 93. My number 93 favorite ride is an attraction that has not only gone through some massive changes, but it is currently going through more changes and will reopen again in a future time. I personally didn't get the chance to experience this ride in its original state, but the version of the ride I did experience was still great. This is a large dark ride. It mostly stays indoors with set pieces similar to Tron, but the highlight of the ride is when it goes outdoors at high speeds. I always love when cars speed around so fast, both experiencing it on ride and viewing it off ride. Furthermore, there's a customization feature which isn't much in the grand scheme of things, but it's still fun to experience while riding. I wish I would have ridden this in its original state, and I'm hoping the new, upcoming version brings nothing but improvements. But as it was when I rode it, the ride was enjoyable enough to the point where I would experience it on every single visit to this amazing park. My number 93 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Test Track at Epcot. Number 92. Unfortunately, this is a ride that is going away very soon. I first heard about this attraction from various theme park documentaries, whether it was from a VHS or on the Travel Channel, and was immediately impressed by it. The ride featured large-scale audio animatronics, and it looked like one heck of a journey. Over a decade later, I finally rode this for the first time, and immediate first thoughts? I wasn't that impressed with it. My disappointment primarily stemmed from comparing it to another ride of the same type and calling it a dumbed-down version of it. For my second ride, however, my mindset shifted to just enjoying the ride for what it is, and I ultimately loved it in the end. The setting is dark and it does a darn good job to inject fear in you at the right moments. Furthermore, I absolutely love the ride system as it throws me around at even the simplest turns and straightaways. It's very unfortunate that this ride's current form will be going away, but hopefully the new theme gives it the improved life it deserves. Prepare for the countdown to extinction on my number 92 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Dinosaur at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Number 91. For past entries, I've talked about roller coasters, dark rides, roller coasters with dark ride elements, and even dark rides with roller coaster elements. But this next ride is none of those. It's a simple flat ride, except it isn't simple for one special reason. Pure, old-school interactivity. This park gave your average merry-go-round a little spice that every rider involved will be addicted to. I am of course talking about the rings. It's always fun to collect rings, throw them into a little hole, and most importantly, attempt to collect the brass ring, which will give you a free bonus ride afterwards. For all these reasons, as well as a cheap price to ride, this is currently my favorite carousel. Yes, my number 91 amusement and theme park ride is a carousel, but like I mentioned before, it's not just any carousel, it's the Grand Carousel at Knoebels. Number 90. For many years, I operated rides and other attractions at various amusement parks across the United States, and not only was this ride one of the first I operated, but in my opinion, it was the best to operate. Simply put, this ride was an absolute vibe to work at. It's a simple flat ride placed inside of a very thematic experience for a park of its size. This small park had no right to go this hard for what is often a common amusement park and carnival ride, but they did, and I appreciate them for it. During the ride, you just spin around in the dark, getting strong and sudden lateral forces in the process, while the ride blasts loud music, seeps in fog, and puts on a fun light show. The best I can describe this attraction is a sensory overload. It's flashy, loud, and overall, I highly recommend stopping by to ride this if you're ever in Northern Florida. Do you believe in my number 90 amusement and theme park ride of all time? It's the Swamp Ape at Swampy Jack's Wongo Adventure. Number 89. Here I am again with another very nostalgic pick. At first, I was kind of scared of this ride, but when I rode it for the first time in around 2005 or 2006, I started to become obsessed with it. This ride pretty much defined the middle of my childhood. When I went on YouTube for the very first time, I was mostly in awe of videos based around this specific ride. It's an indoor attraction that amps up a simple coaster thanks to a heavy amount of theming, an energetic soundtrack, and other awesome aspects. The atmosphere is electric and the ride feels faster than it actually is. The only reason why this ride isn't getting a higher spot is that I have ridden it so much to the point that I memorized the entire layout. The ultimate thrill of this attraction has been personally dumbed down due to the simple, predictable layout, but I still love it to no end. Get ready to travel through the stars on my number 89 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Space Mountain at Disneyland. Number 88. I have a personal history with this next ride. When I first rode this in 2011, it was the first ever coaster I rode that went upside down, and instead of choosing a starter looping coaster that only features 1 or 2 inversions, this ride features 6 upside down maneuvers. Personally, I'm glad this was my first looping coaster as it was super smooth and it got me through multiple elements that define what a coaster like this is all about. Years later, after riding a ton of other coasters, I didn't think so fondly of this ride as I often compared it to more intense creations. But now, I love it for what it is and actually find it to run better than it ever has been. The whole shebang is non-stop with a fair share of intense forces, plus it's all improved by the setting high above the park. I used to think this ride was an eyesore, now I think it's a beautiful addition to this park's small but heavy skyline. My number 88 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Silver Bullet at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 87. Up next in the ranking is this absolutely iconic looping coaster. This ride is primarily memorable for its location within the park, but let's not sleep on the ride itself. The layout is jam-packed with 6 inversions that each have their awesome ways to turn you upside down, whether it's by forcing you down, whipping you to the side, or even hanging you upside down. The special seating offered on this ride only adds to the forces as it could throw you around more than with normal seating. This special seating also comes with legendary near-miss effects, especially on the 2 inversions that go directly over the park's main entrance gate. Some bits of this ride leave a lot to be desired, but with all of these aforementioned aspects, as well as a guaranteed smooth ride, this is a coaster I love to re-ride over and over again in a single go. My number 87 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Gatekeeper at Cedar Point. Number 86. Prior to riding this next ride for the first time in 2013, I had high expectations going into it. The ride was built to be a more modernized version of a ride previously built by the company, and although it doesn't meet the high quality of its predecessor, I still thoroughly enjoyed what this ride has to offer. This attraction is based off an action-packed film franchise, so you should expect a lot of flashy visuals and especially a military's worth of explosions. I wish there were more physical effects over digital, but it's still one heck of an experience, especially during moments where the ride suddenly enters slow-mo and you feel even the slightest motion. Like your average action movie, this ride is best if you just free your mind and lose yourself to the fun. Just flow with the story, connect with the characters, and enjoy the extravaganza as you roll out on my number 86 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Transformers the Ride at Universal Studios Hollywood in Universal Studios Florida. Number 85. At this high placement, it's safe to call this next ride an underrated attraction. This is a roller coaster from the 1970s that I spent an entire amusement park season riding. I know the ins and outs of this coaster, but to truly enjoy this ride, you don't need to extensively think about where to sit as it's a side-by-side racing coaster. It's fun to ride this with friends and family, but what if you're riding alone? Well, if you want the most intense, aggressive ride on this, take my advice. Ride this on the right side, the blue side, in the very back car. Not only are the drops super fun, but there is a drop off the second to last major turnaround that gives stellar airtime. But, and this is a big but, if the park was hit by a major rainstorm and this ride opens later, Ride the left red side in the back car. The trim brakes will more than likely turn off, and the airtime off that final turnaround is shocking. Is this a smooth ride? Not in the slightest. You will still get uncomfortably thrown into your lap bar, and the valleys of this ride are not pretty. But that's just the charm of it all if you ask me. My number 85 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Gemini at Cedar Point. Number 84. Another launch coaster is coming your way with this next spot. In fact, this is currently the only launched roller coaster of its kind in the United States, with another one coming in 2025. This launch coaster thrives on its special seating to navigate a non-stop course packed with 4 inversions and forceful turns. I especially love that final inversion that starts with a cool near-miss effect before hanging riders upside down. Overall, it's fast, smooth, well-paced, has a good setting, and that launch to kickstart the ride only amps up the excitement. I could do without the tight harness system, but oh well. Coasters with this winged seating need them to combat awkward lateral forces. My number 84 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Thunderbird at Holiday World. Number 83. This next ride is all about size. It's a roller coaster that is primarily carried by 2 massive drops. They both give you excellent airtime, and the view on top before that first drop is absolutely breathtaking. The airtime is all enhanced by the harness system that can ratchet to a loose position and give maximum air. The best part is that the drops aren't the only things lifting me out of my seat. There are 2 other airtime moments, one right after the ride's second inversion and another hopping into the final brake run. Overall, this ride is as thrilling as it is beautiful with its blue color scheme and trains with stupid long rows. Get ready for a mythical ride on my number 83 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Griffin at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Number 82. At the number 82 spot is yet another flat ride, and instead of a flat ride made awesome with special features, this is an awesome ride straight up. I first rode one of these rides at Dollywood in 2018 and was immediately impressed with how fun it was with all of its simplicity. All you do is make simple motions back and forth, swinging high from fast speeds and getting maximum airtime while you look both up and down at a beyond vertical angle. If the ride operator allows for even a slightly loose lap bar, the whole shebang becomes an adrenaline rush and a half as you get the greatest air possible. It's a ride that's so simple, yet so effective in providing an action-packed experience. My number 82 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the S&S Screamin' Swing. Number 81. This next ride comes from a park known for adding cheap additions, but that didn't stop them from building a ride that is this long. It's a smaller coaster that spans exactly 4,000 feet with multiple launches, airtime moments, tight turns, and twisted upside down maneuvers. I heard you like roller coasters, so they pretty much added another roller coaster into this coaster. This is a racing coaster where you do both sides in one ride, and with how the whole ride is designed, racing is nothing short of a guarantee. It's exhilarating, has a fair bit of intensity, but most importantly, it's so freaking fun. My number 81 amusement and theme park ride of all time is West Coast Racers at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 80. My number 80 favorite ride had gone through a major change a few years back where the whole shebang turned into a shell of its past self. I've only ridden the past version of this ride and was ultimately impressed by its drops, terrain-based layout, and especially the intensity that it provided overall. The long train that this ride used to have was what made the whole shebang special. You just get that extra kick going down the ride's drops, over the ride's hops, and through the 2 vertical loops placed at both the beginning and the end of the whole experience. These vertical loops are special for being very tight at the bottom, no matter if you're entering or exiting the loop. It still riddles me why they ultimately changed this ride, but I'm so glad to have experienced it in its original state. My number 80 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the original Mindbender at Six Flags Over Georgia. Number 79. Up next is a roller coaster that absolutely took me by surprise. This is a coaster based around airtime, and I didn't expect it to lift me out of my seat as much as it did. Whether I float out of my seat or I am straight up ejected upwards, there were so many moments where my butt was completely lifted. The best part is how they utilized this layout. It starts with a multi-pass launch section not just packed with high spikes, but a few small airtime humps. This is where the surprises come into play. The 2 big moments have riders with a jump scare airtime moment going backwards and a shocking pop on the final forward hump going full speed. There are so many more camelbacks and maneuvers that will add to the out of your seat fun. This includes an awesome top hat element and even a beyond vertical reverse spike. I could do without the restrictive lap bar, but it's still extremely fun as is. My number 79 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Icebreaker at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 78. As I cover more roller coasters, I'm going to get to some rides that are nowhere near the expectations of the experienced thrill seeker. They normally take a look at some of the most intense thrill rides out there, but this next ride doesn't have extreme height, speed, or even extreme elements. Instead, this is straight up just a fun attraction. There is going to be one main focus while riding: the turns. I know turns aren't the most riveting coaster element, but when lateral G-forces are thrown into the mix, it makes for one heck of an experience. This is the main reason why people say to get the back row, and for good reason. The long trains give the back seats that extra kick going down the ride's most intense turns and helices. Let's not sleep on the front row though, as it's the row where you get the most airtime going over the ride's surprisingly strong hops. Add on an open restraint and even more open seat for maximum lateral forces, plus a whole lot of theming, and you get what I personally consider the 2 greatest mine train coasters in the United States. Thematically giving itself the title of the wildest ride in the wilderness, my number 78 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Big Thunder Mountain Railroad at the Magic Kingdom and Disneyland. Number 77. Before boarding this next ride back in 2017, I prepared myself for the worst. I rode a previous ride of this type and had an absolutely awful experience, so my expectations were very low. But once I boarded my car and actually rode it, my worries were gone and my expectations were completely blown away. This is a roller coaster pretty much split in 2 halves. The first half only gives you the small gist of what this ride is like, while the second half makes this one of the most fun amusement park attractions I've ever tried. You just swing around the curves on this ride and the whole shebang is butter smooth. There's a reason why this ride had gone through years of delays, because the end result is a fun yet pleasant experience on the world's only wooden bobsled coaster. My number 77 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the rightfully named Flying Turns at Knoebels. Number 76. If you asked me between 8 to 11 years back what my favorite ride of all time was, I would say this roller coaster. It may only have a few elements, but all of them strongly hit, and the entire ride was, and still is, a butter smooth experience. This is a launch coaster with massive inversions. The ride is popularly highlighted by the first vertical loop that hangs riders high in the air, but the other elements should not be slept on. There is a dive loop with a good mix of positive and lateral forces, a backwards launch straight back to that same dive loop for more hang time, and a final drop that packs some of the craziest air time I've ever experienced whenever I ride in the back row. Sure, the final brakes are a massive buzzkill and the harness isn't the most comfortable, but the whole experience is one big adrenaline rush. You only live once, so live life in the fast lane on my number 76 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Full Throttle at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 75. When I first started to become insanely invested in roller coasters, I didn't think much of this next ride. I personally thought the best coasters in the world were the ones with the greatest airtime, so a coaster like this, especially for the fact that it had been cloned all over the world, was nothing short of an afterthought. Fast forward closer to now where I appreciate this coaster type for what it is, and I just love it. This coaster, or in this case these coasters, are packed to the brim with intensity. Whether you're being forced down into your seat or absolutely whipped around the zero-G roll and corkscrews. Although it's not the smoothest ride by default, this is still a relatively smooth experience that has aged extremely well from its first edition all the way back in 1992. Whether it's blue, yellow, or black, it will turn your bones to jelly and completely wear you out. Get ready to ride like the Dark Knight on my number 75 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Batman the Ride at various Six Flags parks. Number 74. This next roller coaster is one that perfectly fits within its park's massive coaster collection. It's yet another inverted coaster that uses intensity to its advantage. This ride is on the shorter side, but each inversion is crafted to absolute perfection, and the pace the trains take each element is excellent. This ride is terrain based, and that is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's good because you get plenty of fun, low to the ground moments, even at the start of the ride where you swoop into a sudden helix, and it's bad because the station is placed on top of a hill, leading to a lackluster finale while slowly but surely making your way up to the end. Even with the unfortunate ending, the overall experience is just too hard to hate. It's forceful, whippy, smooth, and it has a distinct roar to it. My number 74 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Great Bear at Hershey Park. Number 73. Only on rare occasions does a roller coaster genuinely scare me. This next ride is one of those coasters, not from rolling around the layout, but from the start of the ride, which hangs riders downwards from high up in the air. Yes, other coasters do this, but the extra fear wouldn't be present without the lap bar system giving maximum upper body freedom. Then the layout turns this into a straight up fun experience. There's a beyond vertical drop, other sudden dips, and a collection of inversions that start floaty and hang you out of your seat. Then it ends off with an underrated cobra roll that absolutely pushes you into your seat. The mix of forces on this ride are awesome. It's forceful, has small but powerful moments of airtime, and although it's a tiny bit rough in some spots, the aforementioned lap bars and upper body freedom make the experience that much better. My number 73 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Hang Time at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 72. For the first time in this ranking, we have reached an attraction that is entirely not with us anymore. This was a dueling coaster that relied on unique seating for its intent of going side by side, over and under, all that good stuff. Yet I didn't necessarily get any of that. I rode this 1 year after the coaster stopped its dueling, a taken aspect that would ultimately lead to this ride's unfortunate downfall. With that said, both sides of this ride were awesome and intense in their own right, with or without dueling. This ride was split into red and blue. The blue side had the greater variety of elements, but I personally preferred the red side. The intensity and forces were much more present, especially with the ride's final inversion. After the ride performed the iconic dual corkscrew with the other track, I thought the ride was done with inversions much like the blue side. But then a surprise second corkscrew happened that completely threw me off guard. It was truly an unforgettable moment. Add a whole load of theming in the queue and it was an overall awesome attraction. It was sad that this ride was removed, but its replacement was nothing short of a worthy one. Formerly known as the Dueling Dragons, my number 72 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Dragon Challenge at Universal's Islands of Adventure. Number 71. At number 71 is a ride that not everyone is going to be a fan of. It's a roller coaster that had gained a reputation for being one of the roughest still in operation. Although I heard it isn't that bad now, there is still plenty of controversy surrounding this ride for a wide array of reasons. Personally, I rode this coaster at its absolute roughest and still loved riding it. The layout is key with this attraction. Even though the trains are short, that first drop in the back row possibly makes this the best first drop on any wooden coaster I've ridden. And that only kicks off this small but awesome layout packed to the brim with airtime moments. My favorite moment of the ride isn't an airtime hill, but a barrel roll taken at high speeds that still gives an awesome dose of hang time. All in all, it was rough as all hell, but the layout more than made up for it, and the seating personally made those harsh blows just a bit more bearable. My number 71 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Mind Blower at Fun Spot America Kissimmee. Number 70. My quote-unquote first experience with this next ride was not the brightest. In a park with a large roller coaster lineup, I had my eyes primarily set on this coaster, which opened just 1 year before my first visit to this establishment. The long layout packed with launches and airtime moments really intrigued me back in 2012, but my family tapped out of the park early due to the hot environment. 10 years later, I finally got a chance to revisit this park and ride this creation. Safe to say, it was everything I expected and then some. When I say this ride is long, I really mean it. There are 3 awesome launches that propel riders through a course filled with sharp airtime moments, a varying amount of twisting, and even a heartline roll inversion. The only thing really holding this ride back is the harness system. Not only is it bulky on the thighs, but it can be pretty hard on the head and neck too. Outside of that, this whole ride is one heck of an adventure. My number 70 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Cheetah Hunt at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Number 69. What nice attraction takes this nice little spot? The personal answer is this awesome hypercoaster. This ride comes from a coaster type known for its incredible moments of airtime. It is one of the earliest iterations of its model, and for that, it doesn't run like most of the rest. While other coasters of this type rely on perfectly curved camelbacks that lift you out of your seat the whole way over, the hills on this ride start and end very gradually with a sharp curvature at the top. For that, it is my least favorite ride of this coaster type, but it's still really freaking good. Moments like the first drop, the drop off the mid-course brakes, and the last drop before the final brakes provide some awesome airtime in the very back row. Seriously, this is a back row ride through and through. Although the pacing isn't the brightest, especially with that big turnaround at the back end of the ride, the airtime moments more than make up for it. Get ready for your voyage to the sun on my number 69 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Apollo's Chariot at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Number 68. Although I lived halfway across the country from this next ride during my early times, it's one that I have recognized for most of my life. It's a looping coaster packed with 7 inversions. This includes large upside down maneuvers in the first half and small but powerful maneuvers in the second half. I especially love how I float out of my seat on the 0G roll, how I'm pushed into my seat on the Cobra roll and second vertical loop, and the highlight of the ride is when the train blasts out of a tunnel into the final corkscrew that wastes no time to completely twist riders. I cannot get enough of this ride's intensity, and although it's not the smoothest experience, it's a legendary staple to one of the most definitive locations for theme parks. Get ready to unleash my number 68 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Kraken at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 67. From one intense multi-looping coaster to the next, this ride completely took me by surprise. It is one of the largest rides of its type, and I didn't expect it to be as intense as it was. The coaster was intense to the point where blood rushed to my feet so much that I was numb after I walked off my first and currently only ride on it. Each inversion hits on this ride, especially its massive cobra roll that sustains high positive G-forces and a heck of a lot of whip. Even though the mid-course brake run hits during recent years of its life, I rode this when the train would pretty much fly through this section and snap through its final two inversions. For a coaster model built around full-fledged intensity, this is one of the most insane rides of its type, and if that doesn't tell you everything about this ride, I don't know what will. My number 67 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Alpengeist at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Number 66. Throughout this ranking, I looked at some of the most fun and thrilling rides I've ever experienced. But this next ride is not thrilling at all, nor is it necessarily fun. Instead, it's a classic dark ride that is both incredibly intricate and very relaxing. Let's start with the relaxing part. The first half of this ride has passengers on an upward journey through the world's most important pieces of history. Screw going to school. If I ever wanted a general history lesson, I get it from this ride. The sets and little storyline are incredible to follow. Then there's an interactive second half which only adds a fun little element on the descent down the building. The intricacy of this ride primarily comes from how it's set. This isn't your regular blocky warehouse of a ride building. This was set to be the future of ride buildings. It's incredible how they were able to place the ride in what I can pretty much describe as a giant golf ball. Get ready to journey through the past, present, and future on my number 66 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Spaceship Earth at Epcot. Number 65. This next ride purely strives on one thing: full-fledged height. It starts by carrying you very, very high up and dropping you from that extreme altitude. Although that drop isn't the most powerful, my favorite part of it all is how long you drop for. It truly feels like it takes forever to get from the top to the bottom with nothing but gravity, but that's not all that makes this experience exhilarating. The harness system on this ride allows you to look straight down and feel the 85-mile-an-hour speed going down that drop. It's fear-inducing at its finest while at the, quote, high point of your insignificant existence. Ride's words, not mine. My number 65 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Lex Luthor Drop of Doom at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 64. After looking back at my first and only visit to this specific park in 2017, I have ultimately determined that this is my favorite ride in that large park. Unlike other coasters on the property that I love for their pure thrills, this ride is more so a family coaster that is both thematic and, honestly, more intense than it should be. The real magic of this coaster comes from an awesome indoor section packed with very forceful turns. Seriously, with these forces, I could see my deteriorating vision even in the pitch black. And let's not forget about that surprise airtime moment located in the midst of the whole shebang. The outdoor section does not deserve any actions of silence. I love that the turns are super tight and the big drop towards the river is iconic. It may have replaced a legendary attraction, but its homages are very faithful to say the very least. Get ready to brave the Black Forest on my number 64 amusement and theme park ride of all time, the Bolton at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Auf Wiedersehen! Number 63. To get the absolute best out of this next ride, all you have to do is ride in the very back row. It is a roller coaster based around big airtime moments, so when you ride in the back, you will lift out of your seat the most. It starts with an excellent first drop that gives an absolute gut punch because of the long train, and that's just the first drop. There are a lot of camelbacks that will have you out of your seat for a good while before slamming you back down. The ride does die down in the second half, but like I said, take the back row and you'll get airtime even on the smaller drops. Although it's not the park's big intimidator anymore, this ride is still a large creation packed with a boatload of fun elements. My number 63 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Thunder Striker at Carowinds. Number 62. Up next is a water ride that people don't think much about. Not because it's necessarily bad, but because it does its thing a bit too well. The general public and even common park goers don't really like getting wet with the chance of getting absolutely soaked. But if you ask me, that just makes this ride that much better. Whether I'm riding with family, friends, or complete strangers, I always have a blast going through this action-packed ride and not seeing who gets wet, because everyone will get wet, but who gets the most wet. There are tons of splashes, rough river rapids, and even a few drops that will get the whole raft screaming, whether it's in fear of speed or wetness. For all that, it is some of the most fun I can have at this two-park resort. My number 62 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Grizzly River Run at Disney California Adventure. Number 61. My number 61 favorite ride is just straight up awesome. It's yet another looping coaster with a wide array of inversions, but unlike others on the list split up by a mid-course brake run, the insanity of this ride is nearly non-stop from detaching off the lift to speeding into the final brakes. It starts with big inversions and the maneuvers only get more intense as the ride goes on. In order, there's a tight vertical loop, an Immelman maneuver that's forceful at the bottom and a bit twisty up top, an absolutely whippy 0G roll, a double inversion that glues you to your seat the whole way through, and after a tiny bit of time to catch your breath, one of the most insane corkscrews I have ever gone through. Although I prefer a longer ride, the pacing on this coaster is immaculate and the intensity is plentiful. You are cleared to take off on my number 61 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Afterburn at Carowin. Number 60. Up next is one of the most beloved rides of this massive roller coaster model. Although it's not my personal favorite of this type, I can see why people rank it so highly. This model is based around sustaining airtime on large camelbacks, and this coaster gives riders maximum air. The entire first half of this ride is based around camelbacks, where every single rider will achieve sustained moments of airtime, and I mean every single rider. I rode this in every type of row. Front rows, back rows, even middle rows, all of them will keep you out of your seat during that first half. Unfortunately, the second half is where I place this ride in a lower ranking than usual. There are some airtime moments, but I use the term airtime moments very loosely, as most rows get no airtime at all on some of them. Like a coaster I've previously talked about in this ranking, the very back seat is the way to go here. Not only do you actually get a bit of airtime on most of the weaker hills, but the first drop is excellent, and there's a sharp drop towards the end of the ride that will absolutely catch you by surprise. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole ride. Moments of airtime and not much else. It's definitely not the smoothest ride either, but all in all, this is an unforgettable airtime machine. My number 60 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Diamondback at Kings Island. Number 59. If my memory serves correctly, I have kept a good eye on this ride since around the time of its opening back in 2006. It's a roller coaster with a thematically dominant presence, so it's as amazing to look at as it is to actually ride it. I first got to ride it in 2016, 10 years after the ride first opened, and was wholeheartedly impressed. Of course it has amazing theming, but I wasn't personally expecting the coaster itself to be anywhere near as intense as it is. There are a wide array of turns that push me into my seat, especially that surprise turn inside the ride's massive mountain this structure. If you've ridden it, you know which one I'm talking about. It's beautiful, slightly intense, and because of the single rider line provided for this attraction, I can't help but ride it at least twice or 3 times per visit. Get ready to enter the Forbidden Mountain on my number 59 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Expedition Everest at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Also fix the Yeti. Number 58. Back on track with large looping coasters, we have one of the most massive attractions of this incredibly designed type. With that said, it's much newer than others of the same model and rides pretty differently. Instead of having punches of strong positive G-forces, this ride relies on extreme consistency with its forces. For that, I'd argue that this coaster is the most intense of its type, especially on a very hot and warmed up day where the G-forces feel that much more overwhelming. You stay glued to your seat during the entire ride, and the only points to catch your breath, well, you're not really relaxing as you are hung upside down on the ride's 2 rolls. After my last 2 rides on this in the summer of 2021, I was completely exhausted by how much force was put on my body. And if that doesn't show you how insane this ride is, you're getting your deathly screams from the wrong place. My number 58 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Banshee at Kings Island. Number 57. This next ride is one of the most intense and forceful roller coasters ever. It's on the shorter side in ride time, but it packs in some sheer height and speed. It starts with a quick magnetic launch into a massive inversion packed with G-forces and extreme twisting. Afterwards is a high bank turn into a vertical spike that contains magnets which pull trains up the tower, and since many riders face downwards during this spike, it creates a scary effect of being forced downwards while reaching hypercoaster heights. The highlight of the ride is when it pretty much launches back down the spike, and curving out creates one of the strongest moments of G-force I've ever gone through. There, the ride is completed in the other direction, ending off one of the greatest shuttle coasters of all time. Keep in mind, I haven't done the other experience on this ride where you start forwards, nor have I ridden this ride's mirrored clone in Missouri, but the experience I have done was insane as is. Get ready for one of the coolest rides on the planet aboard my number 57 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Mr. Freeze at Six Flags Over Texas. Number 56. This next ride has not gathered the brightest reputation. Not because it's a bad ride, but because it replaced an attraction that people were not ready to let go. It was a classic opening day attraction for that park, and if you ask me, that former ride was personally pretty mediocre. It was too slow and too outdated for my liking, which says a lot as I normally favor classic dark rides that take things at a slower pace. Once I got off my first and only ride on that, I knew that its service life was drawing to a close. Fast forward a few years later, I finally got on this ride's replacement, and the first word to pop into my head after riding it was worthy. It was a worthy stand-in for many reasons. The pacing is great, even when it goes through the building much quicker. The ride system is so much fun, the mix of physical and digital effects are awesome, the pre-show is really freaking good, and overall, the whole attraction is charming to no end thanks to the combination of its story, sets, and characters. This ride first opened in Florida, and 3 years later, it opened much closer to home in California, where it's just as good as, if not just slightly more enjoyable than its original Florida counterpart. There just seems to be more, as the California version spices things up with a newer, different queue line. No matter where I ride it, this attraction is one of my favorites at each park it's located in. It's a dark ride that's easy to just place yourself in and enjoy. Nothing can stop us now on my number 56 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway at Disney's Hollywood Studios and Disneyland. Number 55. A question asked to avid amusement park goers as myself is, do you ever get genuinely scared on the rides you do? The answer is often no, personally, but now and then, there are some rare exceptions. Rides that invoke fear even with a lot of scream machines under our belt. This next ride is one of those exceptions. From the surface, it may seem like another ride of its type, nowhere near as tall as others, but once you're actually on it, that's where the fear kicks in. This is all thanks to the quote-unquote seating provided. Your seats tilt forward, you are pretty much standing up, and there is no floor, giving your legs so much freedom while going very high up. And the real kicker? The drop. Yes, in a standing and dangling situation where you tilt forward, a high free fall is the key element to the whole shebang. Never has a drop tower invoked genuine fear much like this one has. It's personally the closest safe experience to the free sensation of free falling. Hope you don't have a fear of heights, because my number 55 amusement and theme park ride of all time is acrophobia at Six Flags over Georgia. Number 54. I first recognized this next coaster after it was prominently featured as a ride type in the Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 Soaked expansion pack. I was impressed by how the ride launched into a surprisingly intricate layout, and I knew I had to ride it one day. Fast forward to 2017, and I did exactly that. This ride is all about pure insanity. The ride time is on the shorter side, but the coaster itself widely sprawls at a fast pace. This roller coaster starts with a launch packed with one heck of a punch, and afterwards is a layout that features one amazing element after the next. The powerful launch leads into a top hat with awesome airtime, the top hat leads into a forceful sidewinder, the sidewinder leads to a unique double inversion where you feel all types of G-forces in a matter of seconds, and the double inversion leads into a twisted finale. The only thing I really have to knock on is the harness system, but its unnecessary bulkiness barely deteriorates from the amazing launch coaster at hand. My number 54 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Storm Runner at Hershey Park. Number 53. Up next is a dark ride on an absolutely massive scale. This is an attraction that took a lot of money to make, but it's also one that took a lot of heart as well. It's based around a franchise that is often critically panned, but even the harshest critics cannot help but love it, showing that the company can make something good about a lower quality franchise in theme park form. There is so much attention to detail put into this one attraction, and not only is it very immersive, it's also some of the most fun you'll ever have on any dark ride. It first starts on a slow, thematic journey into the dark, meeting familiar characters via incredible audio animatronics and just having an absolute blast. Then the highlight of the ride has riders race side by side through a beautiful, thematic landscape. You are going through banked turns and over sharp hills while seeing who can cross the finish line first. Everything makes for one of the most memorable theme park ride experiences anyone can have. Best of all, this ride has the greatest single rider line for any theme park attraction. Because of the odd-numbered seating per row, single riders quickly fill up empty seats, and if you entered that line with a group, you can have the chance to take the separate side-by-side car for the race at the final bits of the ride. Now that's what I'm talking about! My number 53 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Radiator Springs Racers at Disney California Adventure. Number 52. My number 52 favorite ride is definitely not the most favorable one. It's a roller coaster that has gained an infamous reputation for how old and rough it is. So with that into consideration, I'm not trying to force you to like this ride as much as I do. I only want to let you understand why I hold this ride so close to my heart. My love for this ride begins with full-blown nostalgia. I was very young and this was one of the first roller coasters my parents ever took me on. I was always amazed at how thematic this ride was while still being thrilling. Those were just the early years, and in recent times, the ride has gotten much less comfortable trains. With that said though, I have found a new love and appreciation for this ride. A lot of people don't like how rough and aggressive this ride is, but if you ask me, the pain that comes from this old school coaster, or these old school coasters since there are basically two of them, is almost charming. On top of that, there are plenty of fun elements on this ride, more specifically on the ride's left track. I'm primarily talking about that one drop in the middle of the ride. You know the one. In the back row, especially when the wheels have warmed up throughout the day, that drop packs some of the craziest airtime I've ever experienced. When you look at it without riding, it just seems like your regular drop. But there's one reason why it's so special for me: the safety harness. Instead of a lap bar or such, there is only a seatbelt holding you in. It truly makes for one of the most unexpected thrills on any ride I've done. On top of that, the ride is carried by the aforementioned thematic nature and other thrilling aspects. The night rides are also very favorable by how straight up beautiful the ride is and how fast it runs later in the day. This ride isn't for everyone, but again, this ranking is only based on how I feel about each of these rides and not the overall public consensus. My number 52 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Matterhorn bobsleds at Disneyland. Number 51. We cap off the first half of this ranking with a ride that I hold extremely close to my heart. I wouldn't have been as big into roller coasters as I am now without it. This was not only the first roller coaster I have experienced to go over 200 feet, but it was also my first ever launch coaster, and let me tell you that this was an overwhelming first for both of those categories. The ride starts with a launch right out of the station, and man, what a launch. It wastes absolutely no time to reach its top speed on such a short launch track. I know people explain it like this all the time, but seriously, it feels like you're getting shot straight out of a cannon. And the following 20-story high hill continues that power by providing excellent airtime. Afterwards, the ride simply goes around a few high bank turns, but at least those elements extend the ride just to not make the experience way too short. Don't get me wrong, it's still a short ride and the technical history isn't the brightest, but the powerful elements hit hard enough to create one unforgettable experience. Get ready to put your pedal to the metal on my number 51 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Accelerator at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 50. Welcome to the upper half of my ranking, and I'm going to start this top 50 with the ride that has ultimately split the room in two. Because of its polarizing design, there are people who both love and hate this ride for what it is, and if you couldn't tell by this high ranking, I'm one of those people who loves this ride. This is an old school roller coaster with many design choices that are so outdated that it makes the whole shebang charming. It was the tallest roller coaster in the world at the time, and the more it goes through the layout, the more intense it becomes. This is especially evident with the deal breaker of the entire ride, that final run of airtime hills. These hills are super sharp. Some people see these as an outdated and painful design, while others, such as myself, see pure, enjoyable insanity out of them. Do I still think this ride is smooth? Not one bit. But again, that's the whole charm of it all. On top of that, there are plenty of other awesome airtime moments, plus a guilty pleasure turnaround made special by its quirky roughness. It goes to show that this ride is favorable not by how you think about the height, speed, or the types of elements provided, but simply by how well you can handle the roughness. My number 50 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the original hypercoaster, Magnum XL 200 at Cedar Point. Number 49. Up next is the first in this ranking by my favorite roller coaster manufacturer, and if the top 50 overall ranking on their personal weakest coaster doesn't tell you how good of a manufacturer they are, then you are straight up difficult to impress. This ride has a small track but a long train, giving those front and back rows that much more of a kick. This is especially evident with that first near vertical drop, where the back of that 12-car train gets some insane whip. Although the airtime isn't consistently strong like other coasters by the company, there are still its powerful moments as well as a great mix of other forces. This includes 3 excellent inversions which lift you out of and push you into your seat, hang you upside down for a few seconds, and perform some good old twisting while letting you experience complete zero-G. It's honestly amazing that they took a smaller and tighter ride and made it this much of a deal. My number 49 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Wonder Woman Flight of Courage at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 48. At number 48, we have another water ride where you will get wet and may get soaked. This time, there's a much higher chance to get soaked and definitely a greater chance to get absolutely drenched from head to toe. Yep, it's a River Rapids ride, alright. Not just that, it's my favorite River Rapids ride I've done. It completely took me by surprise by how many different elements were packed into this one whitewater adventure. The ride is made intense by a combination of insane rapids, small little drops, a lot of scenery, and even an epic soundtrack while boats are bumping around this wet and wild course. This experience is all capped off with a 40-foot drop, one of the largest you'll ever find on a ride like this, followed by a splashdown large enough to have its own splash zone like a shoot the chutes ride. From a park packed with other amazing rides, this overlooked gem completely blew me away. My number 48 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Infinity Falls at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 47. Alright, it's time to cheat a bit for this next spot. Why do I say that? Well, my number 47 amusement and theme park ride isn't an amusement or theme park ride. Instead, it's a ride meant for a water park. Either way, as someone who doesn't have as much of an interest in water parks, rides like this make some wicked exceptions. This ride sits you in a circular boat and starts with a 69-foot tall conveyor belt lift hill. From there, it is a soaking journey through multiple drops, hops, hills, and tight tunnels. The spinning circular seating really adds to the overall thrill. And best of all, the airtime this ride provides is awesome. Not only does this water slide lift you out of your seat, but there is no harness, no seatbelt, nothing. All you have to do is hold on for dear life while the ride lifts you out of your little seat. I'm so glad that I used my time at this theme park to ride this world-class water park attraction. My number 47 amusement and theme park ride of all time, also my favorite water park ride of all time, is Mammoth at Holiday World and Splashin' Safari. Number 46. Up next is an absolutely massive attraction. It's the largest steel roller coaster at its respective park, and although its official ride status is questionable, one thing I cannot deny is how amazing the layout is. The whole shebang is on the shorter side compared to other rides of its type, but every single element hits. It has a huge first drop that feels like it takes forever to get down, the airtime moments are sustained, the turns are forceful, and even that big wave turn that people don't really talk about contains some sick lateral forces. All of this is enhanced by a seating system with so much upper body freedom and a restraint system that can give you awesome air. In addition, the front and back rows are awesome in their own ways. You are going to get more forces in the back, but I love the front for how much speed you get going through this over 5,300 foot course. Again, this ride is pretty short for what it is, but the consistent accumulation of elements gives this ride a personal high regard. Get ready to race for the stars on my number 46 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Orion at Kings Island. Number 45. This next roller coaster shows that size doesn't mean everything. It is only 100 feet tall and has the elements to rival coasters over double its height. Seriously, among other crazy airtime moments that will practically eject you from your seat, there is a small 80-degree drop that will absolutely whip riders in the back row. The rest of the ride consists of powerful sustained airtime moments, hills that will launch you sideways as well as upwards, and the whole ride ends with a line of abrupt, rapid-fire camelbacks that will slam you up and down like a hammer on a tough nail. There are still plenty of other twists and turns to keep the ride at a fast pace, but the airtime should be your main focus here. I could do without the tight harness system, otherwise this is a fantastic small coaster which I'm glad its designed model is finally catching on in recent times. My number 45 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Lightning Run at Kentucky Kingdom. Number 44. For the past few years, I have gathered an appreciation for wooden roller coasters. I used to exclusively look at them on how good their airtime moments can become, but now I look at what they really are: rides that absolutely thrive off aggression. Yes, it is common to call this ride one of the weakest by this manufacturer, but even then, this is still a strong attraction. It's just a mix of how much it throws you all over the place, whether it tosses you out of your seat, slams you from side to side, or simply gives you a classic wooden coaster shake. About a decade back, I lost appreciation for this ride due to how rough it was becoming, but now, there are times where the ride has received new pieces of wood for a much more bearable experience. With all that into consideration, it makes me want to re-ride other twisted wooden coasters I've already experienced, like Thunderhead at Dollywood, just so I can appreciate them more for what they are. It's aggressive, thematic, and it even comes with a fun little station flyby that will jump scare oncoming riders. This is a very underrated wooden coaster. My number 44 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Apocalypse at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 43. Once again, we take a look at my favorite roller coaster manufacturer. At number 43 is one of their smallest rides in terms of both size and ride time, but man does it pack one heck of a punch. Like my number 45 position, this coaster shows that the ride is not about the size, it's about the elements. There's a steep and slightly twisted 75-degree drop, fast-paced overbank turns, 3 heartline rolling inversions that will let you float all the way through, with the first 2 inversions giving you a great mix of hang time and whip, and of course, extremely powerful airtime hills that will make your thighs beg for mercy. Yep, it's everything's signature from the company. Outside of the shortness, the only other thing really holding everything back is the harness system. The lap bar is bulky, the seat belts are pointy, and the leg room for the shin guards is pretty awkward. But that's what you would expect from older trains by this amazing company. Get ready to chase the storms on my number 43 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags over Georgia. Number 42. Returning to large looping coasters, this is popularly regarded as the single best ride of its type. Although I personally don't think of the ride that fondly, I still love it for what it does. I don't personally think it's the most forceful or intense coaster of its type, but it is smooth and just about every major element hits. There are 7 inversions on this ride, ranging from 2 vertical loops, an Immelman maneuver, a super whippy 0G roll, an iconic Batwing double inversion that will absolutely glue you to your seat, and my personal favorite inversion on the ride, a corkscrew that will snap you from one underground trench to another. Again, it's not my favorite of this type of ride, the B&M inverted coaster, but it's one I greatly appreciate for having an amazing layout and still being butter smooth to this very day. My number 42 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Matu at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Number 41. Unfortunately, we have reached another defunct attraction in this ranking. Is this ride fully gone? Not really, as there are still other rides like this around the world, but for this exact type, you can barely find it anywhere else in the United States, which sucks because this ride used to hit so close to home. This is the definition of a nostalgic pick personally. I remember when I first saw this in its opening year of 2005 and was immediately blown away by its presence. I spent my childhood at this park, and although it was, and still is, oriented for a younger audience, out opened this insane creation that could actually send riders upside down. On this ride, you could pick one of 5 levels to ride through, 1 being the least thrilling and 5 being the most extreme. I originally grew up with going on levels 1 and 2 due to a combination of not being tall enough for the other levels and not being prepared to go upside down yet. Then in 2013, a time where I had the strongest stomach of my life, I returned to this ride and went straight to level 5. There, I went through one of the most insane ride experiences in my life. Yes, I do say this for a ride located at a children's park. You go upside down so much on level 5, and that's especially evident by the fact that you're hanging out of your seat for the first 10 seconds of the cycle. On top of that, there are many other insane moments that will toss you around like a rag doll. It's such a shame that this ride had to shut down in 2019 because this was one of the greatest flat rides in the United States. My number 41 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Knight's Tournament at Legoland, California. Number 40. I am hit with yet another nostalgic pick with this next ride. I've been riding this attraction for as far as my memory can recall, and every single time, including now, I have been ultimately amazed. This right here is one of the most thematic water rides in the world. People often compare this ride to a certain other log flume, going as far to say that it's a cheaper version of it. But joke's on them, this was built 20 years before even the first one of those opened up. Even then, some people often prefer this one due to its fast-paced nature while still retaining its eye-catching thematic features. This is one of the most iconic rides at its respective park due to how fast and fun it is to flow through the many various thematic sets, both entering and exiting the mountainous structure and going down 2 drops, with the final one of those iconically plunging down the side of the aforementioned mountain. Because of the high amount of fun and the amazing atmosphere, this is easily one of the greatest water rides you can find anywhere. My number 40 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the Timber Mountain Log Ride at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 39. Up next is one of the greatest wooden roller coasters in the world. I had the pleasure of riding this in 2017 after many years of looking at it in awe. Its extremely positive status comes from looking so simple from the surface, then when you're actually on it, the amount of fun that the whole shebang offers is absolutely shocking. The one primary thing that makes this entire ride special is the harness system. In each row of 2, there is only one safety bar that is always placed high above your lap. With this, the airtime becomes overwhelmingly fun. Even if you take the harness away for something tighter, in that case what the hell are you doing, the airtime is still extremely solid. I also like how quickly you take those turns, making for a faster paced ride compared to other classic wooden coasters. Although I personally do not see this ride as the #1 wooden roller coaster in the world as the Golden Ticket Awards suggest, I still think this ride is absolutely legendary. My number 39 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Phoenix at Knoebels. Number 38. This next ride is one I owe my well-being to. But first, the backstory. In the mid-2010s, I was diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome, caused by a lot of anxiety leading to a plethora of stomach problems, and because it all started at a point in my life where I was massively into amusement parks and thrill rides, it placed me in a very depressing state. So what did I do? I slowly but surely overcame IBS by practically riding coasters from a beginner's standpoint. The first coaster I rode with all this was Jaguar at Knott's Berry Farm, then I moved up to rides like Ghost Rider, Lightning Rod at Dollywood, Mako at SeaWorld Orlando, and my first looping coaster after so long, Rock and Roller Coaster at Disney's Hollywood Studios. One previous coaster type I would have loved to overcome was the flying coaster. I first attempted to overcome it with the old Firehawk at Kings Island in 2018, but my stomach didn't do too well after riding it. Fast forward to 2022, and I overcame my number 38 favorite ride of all time with a much better lasting impression. To ensure that I didn't get so much anxiety while in line, I bought this park's quick queue service so I can get on with not much else to worry about. From there, I got the second to back row, and once I handled that famous liftoff from the ground into the flying position, I knew I was in for one heck of a ride. Right out of the gate, that swooping first drop leads to an infamous inversion, the pretzel loop. This absolutely took my breath away as it packed in so much intensity, and the best part? There are so many other great elements after that. The rest of the ride only consists of rolls and turns, but the aforementioned flying position makes these special by uniquely flipping your body around and forcing you outward whilst both high in the air and even low to the ground. On top of that, the ride is absolutely beautiful with its combination of scenery and theming. Overall, this is a ride that I'm proud to have overcome and then some, and I'm ready to ride more of the world's greatest flying coasters because of it. Get ready to dive deep and fly high on my number 38 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Manta at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 37. I have gone through a plethora of this next rides type throughout this ranking, and I can confidently say that this one is my favorite of the bunch. It doesn't have the most original elements, and it is definitely not the most comfortable of its type, but there's one aspect that puts it above the rest for me: intensity. In my opinion, this ride packs the greatest mix of positive forces and lateral whip of its specific type. Seriously, the whip on this ride is so good that it's a bit too much for some people. This is an older design from this company, and instead of completely seeing the tight shaping of these elements as outdated, I personally see them as moments with raw power. It starts with a drop that begins like most of the rest of this ride's regular designs, but then it gives a little gut punch by dropping straight down. Following that is a tight vertical loop, a very tight 0G roll, then the ride starts to get extremely crazy on that cobra roll. This is the point where people think the ride has too much whip. The entrance into and exit out of this cobra roll snaps so freaking hard. The best way to experience this cobra roll, and the whole ride for that matter, is in the back row, far left seat. The tight whipping out of that cobra roll combined with the forceful pull downwards is really enhanced in that seat. Furthermore, that back left seat takes those final corkscrews in an insane way. You are getting so much lateral force going through those corkscrews, and unlike the cobra roll that is a bit rough on its whip, you snap through the corkscrews pretty smoothly in comparison. Ends it all off with a forceful helix in a final transition which is so bad that it's fun, and that right there is my favorite inverted roller coaster by Bolliger and Mabillard. Yes, I do like this more than rides like Montu and Alpengeist. It's just that raw intensity that puts it above the rest. Get ready to rule the sky on my number 37 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Raptor at Cedar Point. Number 36. Up next is one of the most thematically insane attractions I've ever gone through. Before going on this, I had my eye glued to it right after I did its California counterpart. That ride was awesome, but this one took just about everything it stood for up to 100 without breaking a sweat. Almost 10 years after riding the California version, I finally rode this, the definitive version of the ride in Florida, and to be honest, it was pretty overwhelming. They managed to pack in so many physical effects in such small rooms, especially when it comes down to one thing: fire. There are fire effects everywhere on this ride. They have placed fire so close to riders that it feels like your eyebrows are going to burn off, and they even managed to set the ceiling in flames. Don't be scared away by the flames. There are also other cool thematic effects like audio animatronics and such. On top of all that, there is a full roller coaster section that is mostly only sharp turns in the dark, but it's still thrilling as all hell. Add an upwards launch and you've got one hell of an attraction. Everything about this ride, from the effects, to the storytelling, to the thrilling coaster itself, makes this one of the greatest indoor roller coasters on the planet. Prepare to forfeit your souls on my number 36 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Revenge of the Mummy at Universal Studios Florida. Number 35. My number 35 spot is going to be a hot and controversial one for many people. This is a coaster with 7 inversions, and it is definitely not the preferred 7 inversion coaster in its respective park. It's the older one of the two, and to be quite honest, that's pretty much what makes it so special to me. Like a previous entry in the ranking, the older design of this attraction makes the whole shebang so intense by how raw it is. Even more so than that previous entry. It's like they crafted these elements without thinking about how quickly you actually take them, because man, you take a lot of these inversions at a breakneck pace. This ride is primarily highlighted by its first half, where it has 5 of the 7 inversions, and each upside down maneuver is more insane than the last. It starts with a large vertical loop, then it rolls into a dive loop, followed by an infamously fast 0G roll, and the first half caps off with my favorite part of the ride, a cobra roll with absurd snapping and a looping exit that is so forceful in the back row. The second half contains 2 interlocking corkscrews, which are very whippy, even with the trim brakes active on the mid-course brake run, and a diving tunnel which leads to a forceful final helix. Between the 2 rides in the park with 7 inversions, it is by far not the smoothest, but again, its raw power makes it the most intense of the 2, and hopefully the rumors of its removal are simply insignificant rumors. Get ready to roar through the Congo on my number 35 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Kumba at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Number 34. Yet again, we have a looping coaster packed with a plethora of inversions. Not just that, this is one of the most iconic roller coasters in the world, period. It is placed inside one of the world's most popular theme parks, and it is honestly one of the most intense coasters I've done. If you could do this ride, you can handle almost any other looping coaster. Like others in this ranking, there are 7 inversions here, those being a 0G roll, 2 vertical loops, 2 corkscrews, and a cobra roll double inversion. All of these maneuvers are insane in their own ways, whether you are snapped to the side, completely roll without hesitation, being forcefully glued into your seat, or the incredible bonus option, all of the above. The big kicker of all this? The ride starts with an awesome upwards launch. It begins with a thematic tunnel, then out of nowhere, the train is absolutely catapulted into a 0G roll. They didn't have to make this launch so amazing, but they did. On top of all that, the ride has onboard audio that does nothing but amp the whole experience to another level. Is this a smooth ride? Not at all. But that's fine by me, because all that matters is that we have a super intense ride under our belt. My number 34 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the Incredible Hulk coaster at Universal's Islands of Adventure. Number 33. Up next is a ride that a lot of people love to call overrated. And to be honest, I was once one of those people. This got overwhelming praise from experienced coaster riders, but I didn't originally like it for a few reasons. 1. Where's the airtime? And 2. Why are there so many trim brakes? Yep, getting straight to the point, my number 33 favorite ride of all time is the Beast at Kings Island. But why do I rank it so highly now? Simply put, as I become more experienced with amusement rides, I start to gain appreciation towards specific attractions for what they are. In the case of wooden coasters like the Beast, it's all about being aggressive attractions that perform any method possible to make the experience feel out of control. Much like Kumba in Cedar Point's Raptor earlier in the ranking, every bit of aggression is enhanced by its age. I do not have the full knowledge on how they used to build coasters like this back in the day, but as I'd like to imagine it, they gave themselves a simple bird's eye view of the area, created a concept on what the layout could be like, and just went at it in the design process, officially giving the ride its raw, aggressive power. I love how the Beast becomes vigorous even in the simplest ways. All this is not only enhanced by the raw, old school design, but also the setting deep in the woods. The perfect example of this is the straightaway in the middle of the ride's first half. You simply gain a good chunk of speed, where the ride gets more out of control the more it goes down, and the surrounding trees only add to that insane sense of speed. That's not mentioning the lateral filled turns, sudden drops, tunnels, and the entire ride is capped off by a massive helix where you are glued to the side while going in and out of tunnels. Yes, the trim brakes are sometimes major buzzkills on the ride, but it's really saying something when the ride is still aggressive with all of those still implemented. Of course, I can't talk about the Beast without bringing up the night rides. I had the fortunate opportunity to take the last ride of the night on the Beast twice in 2018. It is pitch black in there, only having the moonlight above giving you the very slightest bit of where you're at in the layout. It's one of the most sought after night rides for a darn good reason. All of this is why I hold this ride in such a high regard like other very experienced coaster riders. Again, my number 33 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the legendary Beast at Kings Island. Number 32. My love for this next ride is entirely thanks to my mother. She is obsessed with it, no matter which side of the United States it's on. Previously, I wasn't so big into the ride at first, but then 2016 hit when my stomach wasn't in it for coasters and I really got into dark rides. There, I found an incredible appreciation for rides like this, or these since there's two of them closer to home. Everything about this ride is filled to the brim with charm. The exterior is great at both parks, the pre-show really sets the tone on how both creepy and wacky the ride is, and then there's the ride itself. There are so many iconic scenes and set pieces, ranging from large spaces with so much to see towards smaller sets that are sometimes just as memorable. It feels like there's no dead space during any point of the ride. Pun may or may not be intended. I can't even tell you what my favorite scene of the ride was. They're all so freaking good. There's the ballroom packed with so many different Pepper's Ghost audio animatronics, the magic room packed with instruments carried by multi-dimensional audio effects, the graveyard packed with singers, dancers, and little jump scares, the backwards descent into the graveyard, and we cannot forget about the hitchhiking ghosts that mess with riders and follow everyone home. With a lot of these aspects carried by a plethora of physical effects, a few digital effects, and a great ride system taking things at a perfect pace, this is without question not just one of the greatest classic dark rides of all time, but one of my favorite dark rides ever. In other words, thanks for introducing me to this ride, Mom. Get ready for 999 happy haunts, with there always being room for 1,000, aboard my number 32 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Haunted Mansion at the Magic Kingdom and Disneyland. Number 31. We return to my favorite roller coaster manufacturer with one of their more unique designs. At first, this ride was built so close to home and my personal hype for it was unbelievable. Then came the ride's opening year of 2015, which was also the year where I started to have irritable bowel syndrome caused by anxiety. I couldn't even brave myself to stomach thrill rides like that anymore. So, better luck in 2016, right? Well, I slowly overcame the depressing physical and mental state, but it was not quick enough to the point where I could ride it while still so close to home, as I moved to the other side of the country in the middle of that year. Thankfully, the very next year, in 2017, was where I really overcame IBS. I returned to my old home state for the first time in just over a year, and one of the first things my family did was go to the park where my number 31 favorite ride was. And the very first thing we did there was speedwalk straight to this ride. I was personally spited out of riding this for 2 straight years, so those first few rides were satisfying as all hell. I loved how much I was practically ejected from my seat. The park said that this ride has 18 airtime moments, but it felt like there were more than what was advertised. I was tossed out of my seat in so many different ways, whether it's going through small humps, over big humps, down sudden drops, tossed up while the track banks horizontally, hung upside down, or going down the ride's 2 first drops at an 80-degree angle. That's right, 2 first drops. This is a dueling coaster that does side-by-side racing while being one continuous ride. On one hand, it is awesome to have this feature as you race next to each other, twist outwards towards the other train, and even have one train go upside down while the other remains right side up. On the other hand, the attempt to make this feature possible can be a major drawback for the whole experience. Most of the time, races do not occur due to slow, oncoming riders combined with a loading process that somewhat encourages them to move at a snail's pace. On top of that, the lift hills, especially the second lift hill in the dead center of the ride, crawl upwards so slowly. Unfortunately, this personally drops the ride's quality, but it's still an awesome coaster to experience. Even when you don't race, the layout is still exhilarating with its plethora of airtime moments and 2 inversions that provide a great mix of forces in their own ways. My number 31 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Twisted Colossus at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 30. Up next is a roller coaster that just has everything. It contains an awesome layout carried by the wide mix of elements and forces. It may only be 82 feet tall and 50 miles per hour, but the ride is kept at a length of over 3,200 feet while it propels riders with 2 separate launches. The wide array of elements includes strong airtime hills, compact turns, rapid twisting, tight and forceful inversions, and most importantly, inversions taken slowly to provide maximum hang time. This is especially relevant with the ride's JoJo roll, a hardline roll slowly taken right out of the station. The hang time taken on that initial inversion is absolutely nuts. Like I've mentioned before, many of the other inversions have the tendency to hang you upside down for a few seconds, while others invert you as quickly as possible. On top of that, many of the airtime moments carry some incredible strength. Especially the camelback directly following the first vertical loop, the hill right before the second launch, the small hop before the final brake run, and a surprise sideways airtime hill that launches riders upwards and to the side. There are also plenty of tight twists and turns. A bit too many if you ask me. In a layout packed with many different and insane elements, the final stretch does feel a bit lazy with its wide array of turns. Does this deteriorate from the whole experience? Not in the slightest. Hence the high spot in this ranking. My number 30 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Copperhead Strike at Carowinds. Number 29. Up next is a pair of rides that are lost, but not entirely gone. Not just because there is still another one of these exact rides internationally, but even when it now has a new theme, the main ride itself that made the ride beloved in the first place is still intact. Starting off in a theme park I've been going to my whole life. I have some nostalgic memories of this ride, but definitely not as much as others on the same property. My main memories with it start in the mid-2010s all the way up to the closure of both American locations in the 2020s. There, I recognized the highest of highs and lowest of lows that this attraction had to offer. No matter where I rode it, whether it was in California or Florida, this was a massive attraction packed to the brim with thematic elements. On top of that, there is a plethora of drops that range from moderate wetness to getting absolutely drenched from head to toe. The drops and wetness are where I distinctly draw the line between the two American versions. On one side, the Florida version gives you almost the perfect amount of wetness. It's just something about how they designed the ride to not get you too wet, but they definitely don't want you to exit the ride dry. Then on the other side, the California version tries to get you as wet as humanly possible. I will never forget my final ride on that version where I got the very front row. And on that special drop in the dark, you know the one, it didn't feel like a regular splashdown. It felt like a couple of people were stationed to throw full buckets of water onto the front of the log. No matter if I get a bit wet or undeniably soaked. It's sad to see the old versions of these attractions go, but then again, the major talking point of the ride, the wide array of drops, is still here to stay. So I'm actually excited to eventually experience this ride's newer version. Everybody's got a laughing place on my number 29 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Splash Mountain at the Magic Kingdom and Disneyland. Number 28. In my previous entry, I talked about the greatness of the former Splash Mountain, a water ride carried by its large collection of drops. I would consider it my favorite water ride of all time, but personally, this next ride just barely tops it in my book. There are many rides of this exact type and theme around the world, but I'm specifically looking at the original version in California. It is a ride I have strong nostalgia for, and it's still an incredible attraction to this very day. Especially in a park it's located in, this is the definition of a classic. This ride starts slowly in high-capacity boats through a faux bayou. It really sets a peaceful atmosphere before you head down 2 drops and have the whole mood of the ride shift in a matter of seconds. It changes to a much darker, slightly aggressive tone where you see stormy weather, wander through dark caves, and gander at thematically abandoned sets filled with old skeletons and other treasures. Then later on, the mood of the ride changes again as you are placed in an old and bustling town with a lot of memorable set pieces ranging from big battles, little fights, bits of destruction, and overall, just a whole bunch of audio animatronics having the time of their freaking lives. It is long, has a heavy amount of theming, has high rider capacity making for quick queue lines, has its own distinct smell, and the drops add a little thrilling spice to the mix. Yeah, everything about this ride is great and then some, making it my absolute favorite water ride of all time. Dead Men Tell No Tales on my number 28 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland. Number 27. Getting back to the thrilling roller coasters, this right here is one of the most insane rides I've ever had the pleasure to experience. The thrill of this next ride comes by placing you in a unique position, keeping you high in the air, and whenever the ride takes you low, it creates some of the craziest feelings you can obtain anywhere. The ride starts you high on a hill. You are locked into a unique flying position and you head your way up a high lift hill. The fear already flows through your body as you look straight down from over 100 feet up with nothing but a vest restraint and leg bars to hold you in. Once that train detaches from the lift, the ride starts a bit charming at first. Being placed high above a hill, this ride uses the terrain to its advantage, not just by being low to the ground when needed, but also having the chance to fly higher above the surface without any major drop-offs. The high rolls and turns are awesome, but this ride is ultimately highlighted by the second to last inversion, a massive pretzel loop that will absolutely push you into your seat. This element is extreme. Understandably, a bit too extreme to some people. Even I, someone who loves that pretzel loop, admit that the whole experience becomes very exhausting because of it. With the whole ride being placed high above the ground combined with some of the most intense elements I have overcome, this is currently my favorite flying coaster I've done. Get ready to fly at the speed of fear on my number 27 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Tatsu at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 26. This next coaster is two things, extremely fun and very rewritable. Although the layout seems pretty simple from the surface, it thrives off both great pacing and a whole lot of airtime. This is yet another one of those coasters that thrives on big, sustained moments of lifting you out of your seat. And boy does it deliver when it comes to that. Almost every hill is perfectly crafted to give you maximum airtime, no matter if you sit in the very front, back, or middle of the train. This is especially evident with the famous first camelback. Everyone will float out of their seat for about a good 5 seconds before slamming down into one of many tight valleys. There is even a hill with a trim brake that still gives awesome air going over. That is one of the reasons why this ride is one of the best paced ones of its exact type as well. Not even the mid-course brake run could severely bring the pacing down. Sure, that hill after the mid-course feels like filler space, but I love the final swooping turns. Especially that first one where riders on the far left side of the train get a surprise pop of air. Like I've mentioned before, this coaster is very rewritable. It is awesome to ride in every row, whether you get the sensation of speed in the front or punchier drops in the back. Hell, even the middle rows are a lot of fun. The ride is also very thrilling, but it's not too intense. With undeniable smoothness, it's easy to get in line and do it again. On top of all that, the queue line and station are well themed. The harness system is very open, and the setting on the water is breathtaking. The fact that this is one of my favorite rides in such an amusement-heavy area really says a lot about its quality. My number 26 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Mako at SeaWorld Orlando. Honorable mentions. Before we get into my top 25, I would like to shine a light on rides that are really good, but didn't make the final cut in this countdown. Welcome to the honorable mentions. My first honorable mention is the old Hollywood Rip Ride Rocket at Universal Studios Florida. I loved the mix of airtime moments combined with the fact that you could choose your own music to play during the ride. Staying at Universal Orlando Resort, I also really enjoyed Jurassic Park River Adventure. Sure, the whole ride hasn't aged the brightest, but the audio animatronics fused with the wet and wild nature is still a joy to go through. Another awesome water ride is Shipwreck Rapids at SeaWorld San Diego. You get so freaking wet on this ride while navigating into rapids, around thematic set pieces, and even through a waterfall. Continuing on with water rides is a water park attraction, Point Plummet at Cedar Point Shores. It was the first and currently only water slide I've ridden where the floor drops, and boy was it an amazing feeling to conquer one of those. On the topic of conquering drops, my first full drop tower was Supreme Scream at Knott's Berry Farm, and it still holds up well with its breathtaking view and quick initial drop. The same can be said about the drop side of Power Tower at Cedar Point. I'd also like to give a shout out to the smaller but punchier drop towers by Fabry and Larson International, as well as the Reese's Tower for Hershey's Triple Tower at Hershey Park. Crazanity at Six Flags Magic Mountain is a cool thrill ride, and one that would have definitely made the list if I rode it before I started writing this ranking was the KMG XXL. Seriously, I rode this a few weeks after I finalized my overall ranking. One ride that is an absolute guilty pleasure is Viper at Six Flags Magic Mountain. The layout is awesome, and personally, the aggressiveness does nothing but enhance the experience. Rollin' Thunder at OA's Tropic Falls theme park is actually one of my favorite roller coaster layouts of all time, but it's a shame that the ride made itself so uncomfortable. Adrenaline Peak at Oaks Park, although short, is much smoother and more comfortable while having awesome elements. From a very short ride to a very long one, Incredicoaster at Disney California Adventure carries a surprise thrill for a Disney park, but it definitely does not reach the thrill or theming of other attractions. Tennessee Tornado at Dollywood is one of those rides that is more thrilling, but the shortness combined with the slight bit of roughness kept it off the list. Speaking of roughness, Thunderhead in the same park was not the brightest attraction the last time I rode it, but I cannot wait to go on it again with a greater mindset towards wooden coasters in general. I got 3 more Dollywood rides in my honorable mentions, the first of which is the now defunct Mountain Slidewinder, a ride I think I had way more fun than I should have. Next is the Dollywood Express, an absolutely breathtaking train ride that takes you high up in the Smoky Mountains with absolutely amazing views. Dollywood's last honorable mention is Blazing Fury, a classic dark ride with many ambitious sets and surprise roller coaster segments. Another dark ride with ambitious sets is the Calico Mine Ride at Knott's Berry Farm. Although the seats aren't the most comfortable, the whole ride ages marvelously well from being built in 1960. Blue Streak at Cedar Point is also a ride from the 1960s which still rides strong in my opinion. Texas Sky Screamer is a very tall, yet almost relaxing attraction as you swing around 40 stories in the air. On the other hand, the Windseeker at various Cedar Fair parks is completely relaxing while you spin around on a 30-story tower. The People Mover at the Magic Kingdom is so simple, yet so relaxing while having a lot of thematic elements. It's so good to ride this every time I visit Disney World, but for rides I've only ridden once at Disney World, look no further than Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind at Epcot. I would place this ride in the ranking, but I had a pretty poor experience on this due to how tired I was that day, so my final placement would not be justifiable. Finally, these last few honorable mentions aren't going towards rides, but shows. Incredible pieces of entertainment I wish I could have snuck into the list at my own discretion. These 5 shows are the Bourne Stuntacular at Universal Studios Florida, Waterworld at Universal Studios Hollywood, Festival of the Lion King at Disney's Animal Kingdom, World of Color at Disney California Adventure, and the old Illuminations Reflections of Earth at Epcot. Well, there you have it, my honorable mentions that didn't make this absolute unit of a ranking. Thank you so much for sticking around for this long, because now I enter my top 25. Number 25. We start off the final quarter of this ranking with an absolutely incredible hypercoaster. I first rode this very early into the park's 2018 season, and since it was colder and running slower than usual, my initial reaction from my first 2 rides were, yeah, it was great. Fast forward to the summer of that year, I visited this park again on a hot and humid day. There, I got one of the craziest rides I've ever had on any roller coaster, period. Not only was the ride warmed up like crazy, but the operators gave me a lot of room between me and the lap bar. Honestly, a bit too much room. Sitting in the back row for that, I got some crazy air going down that drop and over those larger camelbacks. It may have been dumb for me to hold the restraint up during the tight valleys, but the adrenaline freak in me was satisfied with the harness being unnaturally high and only going down by one more click by the end of it. This is especially insane with the final hills. The power on these last few hills is absolutely shocking. You are forced upwards, sustain strong air for a good few seconds, and slam back down into your seat. With an almost unsafe amount of legroom, I experienced some of the most insane moments of airtime anywhere. On top of incredible airtime moments, even with a tighter lap bar, there is a tight helix that will make your eyesight gray, and there is some incredible pacing. Instead of having a mid-course brake run, the ride only has one little set of trim brakes at the bottom of one of the valleys. Even with the trim into effect, those final hills are still very powerful. Although it's not the smoothest of its type, this particular coaster is one of the greatest for what it does by having a great pace and even greater moments of airtime. My number 25 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. Number 24. This next ride has gone through a history of controversy. When I mean history of controversy, I'm not talking about the ride doing a lot of things wrong. It's more so about doing one thing that you could easily hate. And in the case of this particular roller coaster, the controversy revolves around the harness system. From its opening year in 2012 all the way up until 2023, the ride became infamous for having an uncomfortably tight lap bar. After riding it for the first and only few times in 2017, all I could say is, yes, it was as uncomfortable as everyone said it was. The lap bar was super tight and it landed directly on my thighs, making the ride a battle to get through. Not just that, the ride-ups make it tight on purpose because, quote, it has to be that way. And I don't blame that reason because of all the extreme forces the ride has to offer. The only way to truly combat the lap bar was to sit forward a bit so it can be more up to your waist. But even then, the restraint was still tight as all hell. So why does this ride take the number 24 spot when I rode it with the tight harness system? Because this is quite possibly the most intense roller coaster I've ever been on. Holy crap! The mix of forces on this ride are absolutely insane. It has all the essentials. Positive forces that will absolutely push you into your seat, lateral forces that have my whole body far away from my seat, and of course, 3 incredible camel bags in a funky first drop that all try to rip your torso in half. At this point in time, I have never experienced airtime moments more powerful than those present on this coaster. It's intense from start to finish, and the non-stop pacing only adds to the insanity. Seriously, for that first ever ride, I braced for nothing and felt like a rag doll. I can't wait to return to this park so I can ride this with its new and much more comforting harness system. But for now, it just barely hangs on to a top 25 spot. Get ready to fly first class on my number 24 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Skyrush at Hershey Park. Number 23. This next ride is the true definition of underrated. Not overlooked, but underrated by definition. Being something that a lot of people have experienced, but do not have the mindset of calling it a good ride, a great ride, or even an amazing ride, just like how I think about it. There are 2 of these rides in the United States, one I've already covered much earlier in the ranking, so this is far and away my favorite of the 2. I just love the aspects of this attraction more than others do, whether it's something they completely avoid or even something they don't like as a whole. The first gripe people have is the seating system. I personally love the single row seating, plus the seats and harnesses are open and give the right amount of upper body freedom. Second, the lack of onboard audio. It's something that really enhances the other version of this ride on the other side of the country, but honestly, I'm fine without it. Not really because random sound effects and music blasting throughout the enclosed space is a better thing, but because the ride is still awesome without such a thing. This brings me to the major deal breaker, the coaster itself. The common opinion is that this is a rough ride, but for what others see as a rough and outdated design, I see it as the insanity I'm looking for. This ride is jam-packed with lateral-filled turns, hops and drops that can give surprise moments of ejector airtime, and more while you feel faster than you actually are. On top of everything, the long queue line is an absolute vibe, and the theming on all ends of the attraction do nothing but amp up the overall experience. Again, this ride is not for everyone, and that's completely understandable. This is a coaster for the fans, among other thrill seekers. My number 23 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom. Number 22. At 22 is a ride that is gone, but not entirely done for. It's a roller coaster that has gone through an absolutely troublesome history with technical issues left and right. Not only did I get on the original version of this ride a few times in 2018, I had the fortunate opportunity to spend what would have been an entire season riding this on the unknowingly last year in its original state. Although this ride was on the shorter side when it came to prime ride time, the height and especially the speed was what carried the whole shebang. This coaster was, and still is, absolutely massive, as it is not just the tallest and fastest in its park of overwhelming attractions, but it's one of the tallest and fastest roller coasters ever built. Not just that, the initial launch was one of the greatest as well. This ride goes well over 100 miles per hour, and in order to obtain that speed, it needed to increase its velocity along a shorter launch track in 4 seconds or less. This made for a crazy acceleration while going at frightening speeds. The launch and high velocity definitely made this a front row ride. Not only are the speeds so fast that my face flops around, but the high sustained acceleration takes the whole ride to prominent extremes. Sure, the ride was short and the mechanical problems were through the roof, but this whole ride from the launch to the speed to the top hat, which gave great airtime, made for one heck of an unforgettable experience. And I'm excited to experience the new version of this ride in a whole different manner. Get ready to race for the sky on my number 22 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Top Thrill Dragster at Cedar Point. Number 21. We return to the world of wooden roller coasters with one of the most well-regarded thrill machines made from pure lumber. I first rode this in 2018 and it instantly became my favorite ride by this specific manufacturer. It was fast-paced, butter smooth, and packed to the brim with airtime moments. Then in 2021, I had the pleasure to return to this park with the acceptance of loving wooden coasters for their overall aggression. For that, this coaster wasn't as good as my previous 2018 rides. It was so much better. Not only do I still enjoy being tossed out of my seat, I loved being thrown side to side while going through the ride's rapid twists and sharp turns, and it was still incredibly smooth after 4 years of constant operation. Furthermore, the theming is incredibly solid, the 3 train operations are very welcoming, and the main kicker of the whole shebang, having one of the best night rides you could have on any roller coaster. Like a previous ride in the ranking located at the exact same park, you are deep in the woods here, so the night rides are pitch black with the only chance at seeing things is by the natural moonlight. All this not only makes it my favorite coaster by this manufacturer so far, but it makes for my favorite ride in this park's massively stacked lineup. My number 21 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Mystic Timbers at Kings Island.
This is a restricted area. This is a restricted. Don't go with the restricted.
Number 20. From someone who loves to have both a thrilling and thematic experience, of course I think very fondly about this next ride. Not only does this ride have theming alongside a genuine thrill, but many thematic elements are absolutely fear-inducing, only adding to the already high thrill. The experience starts well before you enter the queue. The walk to get to this is highlighted by a long street with this building standing tall at the dead end. The closer you get, the louder the screams become and the more the atmosphere sucks you into the attraction. There are two parts of the queue line, the indoor and outdoor sections. The outdoor section is very scenic while riders scream from the tower above you, and the indoor section is where that thematic charm truly comes into play. It starts to become pretty eerie. Then the pre-show happens and the whole shebang becomes very eerie. Onto the ride itself, the storytelling really sets the mood on what's about to happen to you. It's creepy scene after creepy scene before you are met with the main event, the drops. A special part of this ride is the fact that it has randomized drop sequences. You don't know exactly how the true ride is going to start. Whether you first go up or go down really fast, no matter what the sequence you get, you are going to hop up, drop down, and get a boatload of airtime in the process. Even when you're dropping at high speeds and everyone is screaming their heads off, the ride still finds ways to add thematic elements on top of that. It's truly the best of both worlds. You are about to discover what lies in the deepest and darkest corner of the imagination on my number 20 amusement and theme park ride of all time, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Number 19. I rode this next ride 8 years after it first opened, completely spoiler free, and because it's so fresh in my mind, I hold it to a very high regard. Before riding though, this attraction has one of the best queues for any theme park ride. Every inch and corner of it is rich with detail, no matter if you're in a fantasy bank or deep underground. The storytelling in the queue line is also fantastic, and it all perfectly leads to the ride itself. This right here is technically a roller coaster, but it's more of a dark ride if anything. You mainly just go around from set piece to set piece and from screen to screen. Don't turn away from the fact that this ride goes heavy on screens. They implement them extremely well as they add some interesting effects on top of digital visuals. Although the coaster sections are minimal, they are kind of thrilling and fit with the theming excellently. It also helps that the cars spin around pretty aggressively. There are also small roller coaster elements that you could barely find anywhere else in the US, especially that beginning surprise. If you know, you know. Overall, this is an excellent theme park attraction that I'm glad I rode spoiler-free. Yes, the franchise that this ride is built around comes from a rightfully panned person, but when you separate the art from the artist, this is definitely some really freaking good art. My number 19 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Harry Potter and the Escape from Gringotts at Universal Studios Florida. Number 18. In order to properly talk about this next ride, I have to address its controversy first. The history of this attraction dates all the way back to 2004 as a cheaper version of an already existing ride on the other side of the country. Because of that, this wasn't necessarily a popular attraction, so in the mid to late 2010s, they completely rethemed it with initially negative feedback. That feedback was often spewed out before the new ride even opened, and when it did open in 2017, it slowly but surely became a fan favorite among the park. Although the previous ride relied on a creepy atmosphere in order to bring a pure thrill, this current version is just straight up fun. Sometimes, I laugh my head off from having so much fun on a thrill ride, and this ride does it for each and every time I board it. Everything about it is pure fun, from the visual storytelling to the music, and especially to the drops and hops that will give you excellent airtime. Furthermore, the pre-show is great, the queue line is ripe with detail, and it has a limited time Halloween overlay that is even more fun than the regular version. There is absolutely no reason for me to skip this ride every time I visit this park. My number 18 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout at Disney California Adventure. Number 17. Before riding this next ride for the first time back in 2012, I had heard nothing but overwhelming praise for it. No matter who I would talk to, if they rode this, they would call it one of the greatest theme park rides of all time. And after riding it for myself, I couldn't help but wholeheartedly agree. After 10 years of being away from this attraction, I feared that it wouldn't be as good as it once was, but I was way wrong. This ride just turned 25 in 2024 and it has aged so freaking well. It's based around a specific superhero, and I think it has aged better than a certain other ride of the same hero, even though that ride only opened a few years ago. So what makes this ride so good? It's simply the combination of motion simulation, screens and digital effects, some solid practical effects, and immersive storytelling that pushes this 1999 creation to be a timeless classic. Even if you don't like screen-based dark rides, the physical set pieces and other effects will put a genuine smile on your face. Yes, this ride was built in 1999 and is still fantastic today. It's simply the magic of my favorite theme park in the United States. My number 17 amusement and theme park ride of all time is The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man at Universal's Islands of Adventure. Number 16. This next ride is undeniably one of the greatest roller coasters ever created. When this attraction opened back in 2007, it was an absolute game changer. Beforehand, there was the Roller Coaster Wars, a bout between parks and manufacturers on who could make the biggest ride possible. But then this ride came along and shattered everyone's expectations. It didn't break any major records like for height, speed, or even length. So why was it good enough to the point where it ended the roller coaster wars? Simply put, the layout. This layout has everything. There's a beyond vertical drop, rapid fire twisting, very tight low to the ground turns, powerful airtime hills, 2 inversions, extremely tight overbank turns, and even a 70-mile-an-hour launch. The mix of elements and forces truly make this a legendary contraption. The only thing I have to knock on the whole shebang is the harness system. It's an over-the-shoulder restraint with hard straps, and not only do the straps create some pretty uncomfortable headbanging, the lap bar can become uncomfortably tight. Nevertheless, this ride is still incredible, and if you're skipping out on it due to its shorter height, then you are missing out on a lot. The West hasn't been more wild than on my number 16 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Maverick at Cedar Point. Number 15. This next attraction takes the cake for being the ride I have ridden the most in a single day. It really says something when this ride is located in a park packed with a large quantity of attractions, but I mostly spent my day lapping this roller coaster for, bear with me here, a total of 22 times. And let me tell you, this is not the ideal coaster to lap over and over again. It is so freaking aggressive. You are tossed to the side, forced into your seat, and especially thrusted upward into your lap bar by the many, many airtime moments. Rewriting this coaster so much is not for everyone, but I am not everyone. I am an absolute nutcase of a thrill seeker that finds aggressive roller coasters like this to be so freaking enjoyable. Along with excellent pacing, each and every element on this ride is awesome, ranging from the barrel roll first drop, sustained ejector airtime moments, hills that twist you around while you're flung way out of your seat, and a powerful final run of airtime hills that alone will make your legs sore. It simply shows that my favorite manufacturer can make a world-class ride even at a smaller size. Yes, I was very sore by the end of my 22nd ride, but damn it all, I had the time of my life. Get ready to twist through the cyclones on my number 15 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Storm Chaser, now Wind Chaser, at Kentucky Kingdom. Number 14. Up next is one of the greatest wooden roller coasters in the world. You are often going to see people say nothing but nice things about this ride, especially if they experienced it during a special nighttime event where it takes the whole layout at full speed. This is a long ride where you go out and back in the woods while traversing large drops, sudden twists, turns as sharp as 90 degrees, and an almost overwhelming amount of airtime moments. Seriously, even though this is a super long ride, it feels like you're out of your seat more than you are in it. My favorite part of the ride is the spaghetti bowl at the back end of the woods. It takes all the elements that make this ride special and throws them into a spaghetti bowl. I am also very impressed with the return trip from the mid-course brake run. Once you thought the ride would be quickly running out of steam as you continuously hug the terrain actually gains more speed while the terrain loses altitude. I love this layout to death, but I have one major gripe against the ride: the roughness. I rode this coaster in summer of 2018, a time where it wasn't running at its brightest. There was one moment during the ride, the fly-through under the station, where I was absolutely jackhammered around. It really hindered my overall experience, but thankfully, the park has done a very good job lately to ensure that the ride is smooth and well maintained. This, along with my aforementioned acceptance for liking wooden coasters for their overall aggression, has me very excited to re-ride this and guarantee it a top 10, possibly top 5 or top 3 spot in this overall ranking. My number 14 amusement and theme park ride of all time is the rightfully named Voyage at Holiday World. Number 13. At number 13, we are again met with a ride that is extremely popular to the point that people love to call it overrated. And to be honest, I was one of those people for like a few hours one year and a few days another year. My initial reaction for those weaker rides were, yeah, it doesn't pack that much force. But for the other rides I had on this, oh man. This is a massive roller coaster. It thrives on its excessive height and breathes off its ludicrous speeds. You go over 90 miles an hour and maintain a high speed throughout most of the layout. The train only increases that sensation of speed due to the smaller stadium seating. For a ride I previously determined to be forceless, this coaster sometimes packs some crazy forceful moments, especially with the first overbank turn followed by that low to the ground curve. I also love the first drop in the very back row. It's absolutely massive and packed with airtime. On the topic of airtime, whenever the ride operators give a good chunk of legroom between me and the lap bar, those airtime hills become absolutely cracked. I pretty much lift my feet off the floor just so I can float mid-air without putting myself in complete danger. This ride is incredible as is, but the absolute best part about it in my opinion are the night rides. The best I can describe a night ride on this coaster is a straight up party. The operators get hyped, the riders especially get hyped, and the whole ride is nothing but screams and cheers while absolutely speeding through the dark wooded setting. If you ever want to get the last rides of the night on one thing at this massive amusement park, I highly recommend taking it on this ride. for all this, I am one of the reasons why you call this ride overrated in the first place. And all I have to say for that is, you're really missing out on the true excitement that all of us fans will forever remember. The future is riding on my number 13 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Millennium Force at Cedar Point. Number 12. The world-renowned roller coasters keep piling on as I look at one of the largest coasters on the planet. For its first few years of operation, most people, including myself, called this the single best roller coaster in the world. Although not that many people, myself included again, place this ride at that high of a regard anymore, we still place it at a very high regard nonetheless. Like my previous entry at number 13, this ride lives and breathes off its height and speed, more so than that entry as a matter of fact. Not just that, the layout on this ride is extremely intriguing. It contains high-speed twisting and turning, shockingly powerful airtime hills, a sideways drop tossing you sideways and upwards at the same time, and it all kicks off with one of the best first drops in the world. A steep 320-foot drop that will completely lift you out of your seat for an extended period of time. All this creates for an incredible back row ride, but the front row is also amazing in its very own way. Most of this ride is spent going at high speeds, so a front row ride puts you face to face with face-flopping velocity and wind blowing all over the place. I honestly cannot choose between the front and back rows, they're both so freaking good. All this makes for my current favorite coaster at this large status, as well as my favorite roller coaster built by famed manufacturer Bolliger & Mabillard. Get ready to feel the sting on my number 12 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Fury 325 at Carowinds. Number 11. At number 11, not only is this my personal roughest cut from the top 10, but it's definitely going to be the roughest cut for all roller coaster fans. This ride only opened a few years back, and it had instantly gained a reputation for being one of the greatest roller coasters on the planet. Do I think it's a world-class attraction even though it doesn't hold on to an overall top 10 spot? Of course I do, hence the fact that this is still a very high spot in my ranking. I was immediately impressed with this attraction, but before I get into it, I have a bit of history with it even before its initial opening in 2022. 10 years beforehand, in 2012, I rode the previous version of the steel coaster in wooden form, and it sucked. The ride was rough and the layout was not necessarily intriguing, even when there were basically two of these coasters dueling side by side and face to face. Fast forward many years later, and these two dueling coasters became one hypercoaster. When I saw this concept for the first time, my jaw absolutely dropped. How could they make this ride possible without making it too crazy? They didn't. They caved in to make this ride as crazy as humanly possible. The ride starts by going over 200 feet in the air and down an awesome 91-degree drop. From there on out is a layout taken at an absolute breakneck pace. There, you experience abrupt ejector airtime moments, be placed sideways while launching directly out of your seat, perform some of the most absurd twisting on any coaster, and my personal favorite part of the ride, a downward zero-G roll that is especially insane when you sit on the right side of the train. The pacing and mix of elements is absolutely overwhelming, and even though I was expecting more of a kick out of these elements, I am ultimately satisfied with calling this one of my favorite creations from my favorite manufacturer. My number 11 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Iron Gwazi at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Number 10. Welcome to the top 10, a place where only the best of the best bowed out to claim my top gold position. There have been many hard cuts from the final 10, including legendary rides like Maverick, Fury 325, and most recently Iron Gwazi. So what starts the top 10 and beats all of those rides out? An attraction that I have a deep emotion towards. The first time I rode this was in 2018 during the largest trip I have ever taken to this world-renowned resort. Before heading to the resort though, my old hometown was going to be hit by a devastating hurricane, which was later confirmed to be a Category 5. My family miraculously timed our vacation perfectly, many months in advance, as an unknowing getaway from this deadly storm. During that entire week, we couldn't help but keep our eyes on our phones and hotel TV to just get any update on if our home was okay. What would have been a simple vacation doing all the things we know and love had become straight up depressing and anxiety inducing. Sometimes, we just didn't have the capacity to enjoy the beauty of these attractions. That was until my family had a fast pass planned for our final day at the resort for this ride. Everyone else was so drained from everything going on, so I was the only one who took the bus from our hotel to this park just to scan the fast pass to quickly board this attraction. And let me just say, never has a ride made me more emotional than this one had on my first go. Seriously, it was so beautiful that I came extremely close to sobbing once I got off. It was ripe with detail throughout the whole experience. Every corner of the attraction had me in absolute awe by how breathtaking it was. And the best part? It was just a motion simulator ride. Actually, it wasn't just a simple motion simulator. It's jam-packed with multiple details that absolutely immerse you into the fictional world presented. You perform crazy multi-dimensional movements, take in some of the best smells on any theme park attraction, and even experience physical effects that are implemented perfectly. All of these combined together pulled me into the action-packed, scenic, and just straight-up stunning storytelling that made me tear up for showing just how beautiful a journey can be. After my first ever ride on this, and the last ride I got on that major resort trip in 2018, the world around me just seemed brighter. Of course, the brightness didn't last long as I returned to my ravished hometown, but man, those few moments were incredible. I rode this ride on many other occasions, and although it isn't aging the brightest, it still remains one of my favorite dark rides in the world. Sivako, get ready to rise to the challenge on my number 10 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Flight of Passage at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Number 9. Up next is a ride that I enjoyed much more than others do. I first rode this next attraction in 2012, a few years after its initial opening, and it was still in its absolute prime. It was yet another dark ride that had gotten an overwhelming amount of praise, and after waiting about 90 minutes for my first ever ride on it, I instantly became one of those people to hype the ride up. Fast forward to 2022, I finally revisited this park after 10 years of staying away. I had a lot of world-class attractions in mind for that visit, and far after its hype died down, this was an attraction that I often overlooked. Returning to it, I expected it to still be great and nothing too special, but once I actually experienced it again, my jaw dropped just as much as it did 10 years ago. There are so many things that make this an incredible dark ride. The queue line, storytelling, the mix of physical and digital sets, and most importantly, the ride system. This ride uses an omni-moving system while each car is placed on a complex mechanical arm. This makes for one heck of an experience as you're practically flying around in front of moving screens, intricate sets, and large-scale audio animatronics. All these while the arm flings you all over the place doing sudden horizontal and vertical movement. Seriously, this will absolutely wreck those who are prone to motion sickness. Furthermore, the queue line is just as thematic as, if not more thematic than the ride itself, and the single rider line always seems to be very quick. Again, this is from a franchise created by a rightfully criticized person, but when you gain the courage to separate the art from the completely messed up artist, you get to truly enjoy the magic. My number 9 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey at Universal's Islands of Adventure and Universal Studios Hollywood. Number 8. I've talked about amazing roller coasters and rides that are incredibly well themed. Now it's time to talk about a combination of both. An incredible roller coaster that is also one of the most well themed rides on the planet. Before riding, I have to address the consistently long queue lines this ride gets. This attraction is extremely popular, so much so that not even an hour into the park's opening and it already had a 2-hour wait. I stood through those 2 hours once, and I would definitely stand in a 2-hour line again because the ride is just that good. Like other theme park attractions, the theming begins in the queue line, and boy is there a lot of it. The 2-hour standby really made me appreciate just about every bit of detail in this queue, and that intricate theming is directly carried over to the ride itself. The story of this attraction is that you take magical motorbikes around the Forbidden Forest. You fly around a plethora of trees, landscaping, structures, and even audio animatronics while the coaster does everything. The roller coaster is a lighter thrill compared to others on the list, but it's made up for by being long, having multiple launches, seating you in either straddled or regular seating, having onboard audio, and providing so many surprise elements for a family coaster. This ride has a guaranteed top 10 spot simply for how intricate it is. I won't go into too many details on what this attraction provides just so you can experience it all for yourself, but expect the unexpected and remember that its length and intricacy will make those multiple hour waits worth it. Maybe except if you wait that abysmal 10-hour wait on opening day. My number 8 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure at Universal's Islands of Adventure. Number 7. We return to the high thrill coasters with one of the most extreme rides on the planet. I first rode this in 2012 and was absolutely blown away by how insane the coaster was. It was, and still is, nothing like any other roller coaster in the country. For that, it instantly became my top ride of all time back then. But the more I became attached to the world of roller coasters, the less I thought about this coaster. It continuously dropped in my personal ranking as I focused my love towards more airtime focused attractions. It wasn't until the late 2010s, early 2020s where I realized that this mindset was pretty toxic and prevented me from liking rides for what they are. And in fall of 2022, my new mindset rocketed this coaster back to my overall top 10. What makes this contraption insane enough to make it this high in my ranking? Oh boy. The ride begins by taking you backwards and up a high lift hill where you get a breathtaking view of the rest of the park. This is peak anticipation. It's like you're looking at an entire park you just conquered and you're waiting for the final boss to take control. Then it happens, the first drop. You flip forward and look over 20 stories down, free fall, and flip upside down before you do a forceful curve. That is one of the best first drops on any coaster and will alone get me to wait multiple hour lines for the whole ride. Best of all, that's just the beginning. There are more moments where you're forced to look down from extremely high up, the seats perform a backflip while going over a hill, you do an infamous half loop that absolutely pushes you down and violently shakes you around, and then there's my two other favorite moments on the ride outside of that first drop, the flight-a-lies. These elements start you right side up while facing forward, then it does a combination of flipping and twisting to send you backward without completely taking you upside down. While being flipped around like that, I often lift out of my seat with the only thing holding me in being the quirky harness system. Is this the most pleasant ride to go through? Far from it. But that's honestly a good thing because the roughness simply adds to the overall aggression. Yeah, I don't care if it puts a toll on my body. I'm here for the intensity, the insanity, the bat out of hell nature, everything to satisfy the crazy thrill seeker in me. My number 7 amusement and theme park ride of all time is X2 at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 6. My history with this next ride dates all the way back to 2005 as the first ever wooden roller coaster I've ridden. In my initial thoughts after riding it, this was the worst roller coaster ever. Not because it was rough, but because, get this, I hated lifting out of my seat so much. As someone whose age was in the single digits and my height couldn't reach up to some of the bigger coasters, airtime was definitely not my thing. Fast forward 6 years later, and I finally braved my first wooden coaster again with nothing but enjoyment. It was getting rough and its once infamous mid-course brake run was activated, but I still had a lot of fun during that one ride as well as through the rest of 2011. The next time I rode this coaster after that year was in 2014, and man was it in bad shape. It was possibly the roughest ride I've ever gotten on a wooden roller coaster. Thankfully, the park closed the ride down the very next year for an extended overhaul that ultimately gave it the world-class status it deserved in the first place. I first rode the new version of this coaster a few days after its reopening in 2016, and although I didn't have that much to say on the ride overall, it was so welcoming that one of the roughest wooden coasters in the world turned into one of the smoothest. It wasn't running as strong as it did back then in terms of forces, but then I rode again in 2018 and I ultimately deemed that it was running at its absolute best. Running at a breakneck pace ultimately showed me how good of a layout this ride has. It does have a pretty shallow first drop, but that's literally my only gripe. The rest of the ride is fantastic. The hills, hops, and other drops really force you out of your seat, especially that infamous drop off what was once the infamous mid-course brakes. Now you fly through that brake run and take that steep drop at an alarming rate. The airtime on this ride is awesome, but personally, the coaster is highlighted by the turns giving strong lateral forces. You absolutely slam to the side on each and every curve. No matter if you are high in the air, speeding around the structure, or performing one of my favorite roller coaster elements of all time, that final helix. Riders are uncontrollably pinned to their sides as they violently go through one massive turn. Furthermore, the night rides on this are amazing, especially if you ride it during the park's famous Halloween event. Getting the last rides on this past midnight, after the trains have warmed up on the course throughout the entire day, make this one of the most absurdly insane thrill rides out there. I am absolutely shocked that trains could stay on the track for how fast the ride was going. The combination of forceful elements, fast pacing, and incredible length create for one of the best wooden coasters in the world, and my favorite traditional wooden roller coaster. My number 6 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Ghost Rider at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 5. This next ride has gone through one heck of a history. It started in 2016 as one of the most unique rides of its type and has changed so much to the point where its original intentions became unrecognizable. Keep in mind that I only rode this attraction before it underwent its 2 massive changes, so my thoughts and opinions on this ride are many years behind what others think. It all began back in its opening year. I knew that this ride was going to be a mechanical headache, so what did I do? I forced my family to arrive at this park so early that we pulled a Griswold and had the whole parking lot to ourselves. This rope drop tactic worked as I luckily got on the second train of the day and wow. This was my first coaster from a manufacturer featured all over the upper half of this ranking, and it was an absolutely wild first. It's one of the only few coasters by the company to not feature inversions, but that's perfectly fine as this ride really lives and breathes off one thing: ejector airtime. Never had I experienced airtime as strong and incredible as what this provided when I took my first ride in 2016. On multiple occasions, I was violently thrown out of my seat in a varying amount of ways. It was to the point where my legs felt like they were laughing once I stepped off. From that point, it became my number 1 coaster and nothing else could touch it. There were many insane airtime moments, ranging from a steep 165-foot drop taken at incredible speeds, a wave turn that sustains you out of your seat for a good few seconds, a hill that has both strong negative and lateral forces, and of course, a line of 4 rapid-fire drops in a row that are so powerful they make you feel like your torso is going to be ripped in half. Damn, I love airtime. And this is one of the best airtime-centered roller coasters in the world. Unfortunately though, this ride came from a concept that was too good to be true. It was a very unique launch coaster which started by catapulting riders up and over a hill at breakneck speeds. But then in 2017, in order to make the ride run more efficiently, they slowed down the launch to the point where straight up ejector airtime from the top of the ride turned into mild floating. This slowdown, as well as the fact I rode Fury 325, my other former number one, just days later, ultimately dropped this coaster from the top position. That didn't mean the ride wasn't incredible. That fast-paced finale still kicked ass like there was no tomorrow. The last time I rode this was in 2019 to 6 incredible rides. It felt like the launch increased its speed that year. It wasn't as fast as it was in 2016, but it was definitely faster than in 2017. It went through the entire course at such an absurd pace that I had to tap out after 6 rides. It just flung me out of my seat that much and easily regained my number one spot. Afterwards, the ride completely changed forever as it shifted from an all-wooden coaster to mostly a steel coaster a few years later in an attempt to be more efficient. And when that didn't work out, the launch was replaced by a chain lift, and it looks like it's been doing wonders to the ride's reliability even if it sacrifices a faster paced attraction. Is this ride going to drop in my overall ranking once I ride it again? Most likely, but for now, I'm proud to say that I rode the only launched wooden coaster in the world. My number 5 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Lightning Rod at Dollywood. Number 4. We re-enter the world of dark rides with an attraction that took me way too long to ride. I've been visiting this park for most of my childhood, and the rest of my family, especially my dad and older brother, always seemed to ride this whenever they had the chance. It wasn't until 2016, the year of my high school graduation, when I got to finally ride this beloved attraction and see what all the fuss was about. and man, I was so amazed by this ride that I genuinely teared up. I then took many other rides aboard this attraction in the late 2010s, early 2020s, and it wasn't until I got an annual pass to this resort in 2022 where it got the high ranking it has now. What makes this ride good enough for a healthy top 5 spot in my overall ranking? A little pinch of everything. Before we get on the ride though, let's address the queue. This attraction was built in the 1990s and it still has one of the best and most detailed queue lines ever. It takes you through a long temple packed with dark caves, outrageously thematic rooms, and even some funny little cliches here and there. Then comes the ride itself, and I absolutely adore this ride for a plethora of reasons. First, the storytelling. Everything from just being a regular tour directly into chaos within seconds and miraculously making your way through multiple rooms that try to take your head off is really freaking fun to go through. Second, the sets themselves. There are so many of them that do their own different thing to match with the theming, which brings me to the third thing that makes this ride excellent, the theming. Just about every corner of this attraction is filled with detail, whether it immerses us with audio animatronics, large physical effects, a tad bit of virtual effects, incredibly detailed paintings on the wall, mother freaking fire, and so much more. Your eyesight will be busy for the entire few minutes while you are taken aboard my final and biggest reason I love this ride so much, the ride system. It seems like your regular dark ride vehicle at first, then when the action starts going, it instantly turns into one of the most aggressive experiences ever. You are tossed all over the place as the seats bob forward and back, side to side, and you take many of those simple turns, dips, and straightaways in the most insane ways possible. Never has a simple dark ride forced me to hold on for dear life, because the only thing really holding me into place is a simple seatbelt. It's amazing that this 90s attraction holds up this well in the modern age off its thrills alone. Trust me, this isn't one for the faint of heart, both thematically and aggressively. You will be placed in a moment of peril, big things will pop out at you, and you will be thrown around like crazy. But whatever you do, do not look into the eyes of the idol. My number 4 amusement and theme park ride of all time is Indiana Jones Adventure Temple of the Forbidden Eye at Disneyland.
Already I am envious of the wonders that await you, if you avoid the eyes of Mara, that is.
You looked into my eyes. Your destiny now lies beyond the gates of doom.
Not bad. For tourists. Now, stay out of trouble, will ya?
Number 3. Let me say right now that my personal top 3 is absolutely stacked. Not only has each of these rides taken my number 1 spot at various points in time, but depending on how I feel, each of these rides could easily regain my number 1 spot on any day of the week. With that said, let's talk about my favorite dark ride of all time. I first recognized this ride in the late 2010s. It opened with a highly anticipated area based around one of my favorite franchises of all time. Or at least it was going to open with that area. Because of technical troubles, the opening date of this one attraction, actually two attractions built at two sides of the same land across the country, was pushed to late this year, early next year. Once it opened, there were still many technical issues between both locations, but that barely meant a damn thing, as it quickly became one of the most critically praised attractions of all time. From there on out, making a trek to ride this was at the very top of my bucket list. My excitement to experience this was immeasurable while I avoided any and all spoilers like the plague. It was to the point where the ride constantly haunted my dreams. What was this ride going to be like, and what makes this one of the most beloved attractions of its type? I first got my questions answered in September of 2020. I successfully joined the infamous virtual queue, which filled up in less than 10 seconds, and waited many hours to ride it while I enjoyed my day at this park located on the East Coast. Once I finally experienced it, I had to sit down afterwards and process what just happened, as I have never been blown away from a dark ride more than I had here. What this experience provided was completely unexpected to the point where it changed the way I looked at dark rides. Many rides I previously rode were made completely obsolete compared to this modern masterpiece. So what makes this ride in particular so special? Well, here's a rundown without giving too much away. If I had to describe this attraction in one word, it's definitely complex. I was an absolute fool to think that this was just going to be one simple ride, because it's much, much more than that. It's the ultimate theme park experience. It is to the point where the ride itself is only half of the excitement. Oh, who am I kidding? The other stuff is amazing, but the ride itself is where everything absolutely peaks. The way the main ride is set up is that you board vehicles that move around the building at an unpredictable pace for first-time riders. It is entirely driven by the best storytelling for any theme park attraction, while you witness some of the most technologically advanced features on any ride. It's to the point where you would say, yeah, no wonder it has a lot of technical troubles. The amount of stuff that goes on within this attraction, both big and small, perfectly immerse you into this fantasy world. Surprises await around every corner, especially during the grand finale. If you know, you definitely know. Unfortunately, many of these features were too good for this ride. It's to the point where I would consider this attraction, no matter if I ride it on the east or west coast of America, to be a shell of its former self. But ultimately, it doesn't bring the whole shebang down too much. It will be very difficult for a dark ride to top this one. It has everything essential for an attraction like this and then some. If you're listening to this and haven't been spoiled by this attraction's features, I just want to say, ride this. Take a plane and or car to travel to one of these two parks and experience this world-class attraction for yourself. My number 3 amusement and theme park ride of all time, also my favorite dark ride of all time, is Star Wars Rise of the Resistance at Disney's Hollywood Studios and Disneyland.
And hold on, recruits. All ships, launch. We are a civilian vessel. By whose authority are we being detained?
By the authority of the First Order, resistance scum. Now bring down your shields and prepare to be boarded.
corridor to the triple lift. Then head down to the escape pod base. Those droids are programmed to return you to Batu. Hurry and don't be caught.
Number 2. I have already mentioned my favorite flat rides, water rides, and dark rides throughout this ranking, so now I'm proud to announce that my top 2 favorite rides of all time are roller coasters. So let's start off with what people would most likely call the best roller coaster in the world. The hype for this ride began in 2016. An absolutely massive wooden roller coaster closed down due to very low popularity, so the only reasonable thing to do is call in a specific company to convert it into a world-class steel coaster. And boy did it deliver in that regard. I literally mean it when I say that every single roller coaster fan dropped everything just to come to this park for this one attraction in its opening year of 2018. I know because I was one of those people. I took a trek towards this park primarily because of this one ride that people often called their number one. Did I call it my number one ride as well? Abso-freaking-lutely I did. The hype surrounding this ride was carried by how many incredible elements it packed into one single experience, especially when it came down to airtime. It has the record for the most airtime on any roller coaster, and it certainly feels that way. However, it didn't hold on to that number one position for long. I was more so a fan of coasters with, quote, stronger elements like Lightning Rod at Dollywood and even Ghost Rider at Knott's Berry Farm, so the dying hype really got to me. The next time I rode this was 3 years later in 2021 when I worked an entire season at this massive park. My first ride of that year placed me in a 3-hour queue line on the first Saturday of the season. I ultimately had my doubts that this ride wasn't going to be as good as I remembered, but little did I know that one back row ride was enough for it to catapult all the way back up to my number one position. I then spent that entire season getting in as many rides as possible on this absolute beast of a roller coaster, ranging from getting 90-minute waits to straight up just walking on the attraction. I clocked in well over 50 rides on this in a single season. I rode it more than any other ride in the park, and for a wide plethora of good reasons. This is from a manufacturer that is well known for completely tossing you out of your seat with ejector airtime moments, so when I mean that every hop, drop, and hill on this ride provides ejector, I really mean it. No matter if you perform abrupt camelbacks, little hops, or even those massive hills towards the start of the ride, the hills are strong enough to easily make your legs sore. Not just that, all of the inversions on this ride also float you out of your seat. I especially love the first and third inversions for not only giving you a bit of airtime, but also giving a good dose of lateral forces if you sit on a specific side of your row, further giving proof that there is not one bad seat on this ride. Front row, back row, even the middle rows in between, all of them give you an insane experience. If you want my absolute favorite seat on the train, I have two. The back row right seat and the second row left seat. They both provide the strongest airtime and other forces on the ride. On top of that, the night rides this thing provides are spectacular. The ride is illuminated to have maximum aura, while you have an incredible sense of going over large elements, through small elements in rapid fire succession, and weaving through the massive structure where you absolutely lose your sense of direction. Again, there is so much airtime that your legs will hurt. But honestly, that's just the magic of my favorite ride made by my favorite manufacturer. Get ready for a mean streak aboard my number 2 amusement and theme park ride of all time, Steel Vengeance at Cedar Point. Before we get into my number 1 favorite amusement and theme park ride of all time, I'd like to give a quick recap for everything else in the ranking. So here are all the other rides in this list from number 100 to number 2. Number 100, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Number 99, Soarin' at Epcot and Disney California Adventure. Number 98, Rock and Roller Coaster at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Number 97, Manta at SeaWorld San Diego. Number 96, Journey to Atlantis at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 95, Men in Black Alien Attack. Number 94, Toy Story Midway Mania at Disney's Hollywood Studios and Disney California Adventure. Number 93, Test Track 2.0. Number 92, Dinosaur at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Number 91, Grand Carousel at Knoebels. Number 90, Swamp Ape. Number 89, Space Mountain at Disneyland. Number 88, Silver Bullet at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 87, Gatekeeper. Number 86, Transformers The Ride at Universal Studios Hollywood and Universal Studios Florida. Number Number 85, Gemini. Number 84, Thunderbird at Holiday World. Number 83, Griffin. Number 82, the S&S Scream and Swing. Number 81, West Coast Racers. Number 80, the original Mindbender at Six Flags Over Georgia. Number 79, Icebreaker. Number 78, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad at the Magic Kingdom in Disneyland. Number 77, Flying Turns. Number 76, Full Throttle. Number 75, The Batman the Ride Inverted Coaster Clones. Number 74, Great Bear. Number 73, Hang Time. Number 72, Dragon Challenge. Number 71, Mind Blower. Number 70, Cheetah Hunt. Number 69, Apollo's Chariot. Number 68, Kraken at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 67, Alpengeist. Number 66, Spaceship Earth. Number 65, Lex Luthor, Drop of Doom. Number 64, Verbolten. Number 63, Thunder Striker. Number 62, Grizzly River Run. Number 61, Afterburn. Number 60, Diamondback at Kings Island. Number 59, Expedition Everest. Number 58, Banshee. Number 57, Mr. Freeze at Six Flags Over Texas. Number 56, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Number 55, Acrophobia. Number 54, Storm Runner. Number 53, Radiator Springs Racers. Number 52, Matterhorn Bobsleds. Number 51, Accelerator. Number 50, Magnum XL 200. Number 49, Wonder Woman, Flight of Courage. Number 48, Infinity Falls. Number 47, Mammoth at Holiday World and Splash and Safari. Number 46, Orion. Number 45, Lightning Run. Number 44, Apocalypse at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Number 43, Twisted Cyclone. Number 42, Montu. Number 41, Knights Tournament. Number 40, Timber Mountain Log Ride. Number 39, Phoenix at Knoebels. Number 38, Manta at SeaWorld Orlando. Number 37, Raptor at Cedar Point. Number 36, Revenge of the Mummy at Universal Studios Florida. Number 35, Kumba at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. Number 34, The Incredible Hulk Coaster. Number 33, The Beast at Kings Island. Number 32, Haunted Mansion at the Magic Kingdom in Disneyland. Number 31, Twisted Colossus. Number 30, Copperhead Strike. Number 29, Splash Mountain at the Magic Kingdom in Disneyland. Number 28, Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland. Number 27, Tatsu. Number 26, Mako. Number 25, Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. Number 24, Sky Rush. Number 23, Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom. Number 22, Top Thrill Dragster. Number 21, Mystic Timbers. Number 20, The Twilight Zone Tower of Terror at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Number 19, Harry Potter in the Escape from Gringotts. Number 18, Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. Number 17, The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man at Universal's Islands of Adventure. Number 16, Maverick. Number 15, Storm Chaser, now Wind Chaser at Kentucky Kingdom. Number 14, The Voyage. Number 13, Millennium Force. Number 12, Fury 325. Number 11, Iron Gwazi. Number 10, Flight of Passage. Number 9, Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey at Universal's Islands of Adventure and Universal Studios Hollywood. Number 8, Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure. Number 7, X2. Number 6, Ghost Rider at Knott's Berry Farm. Number 5, Lightning Rod. Number 4, Indiana Jones Adventure Temple of the Forbidden Eye. Number 3, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. And number 2, Steel Vengeance. Thank you all so much for sticking around with this series of rides. I can't wait to tell you all about my top rated ride. The speculation is over as I get into my favorite ride of all time right now. Number 1. Once again, I give my greatest gratitude towards those who stuck around this list for the long haul. Was this list the most publicly likable? Not in the slightest. But that is to be expected from someone who has been in the amusement and theme park game for most of their known life, who is not afraid to share their widespread opinions. So with that said, all I have to say now is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to go all this way, and that I had to put myself through all this effort for one of the most typical picks you could have for a number 1 spot. But like I always say to myself, if it's a typical favorite, then it's probably typical for a darn good reason. For that, little talks won't be enough. Are you ready to embrace this attraction? Because here it is, my favorite ride of all time. The history of this ride dates back to the late 2010s with nothing but rumors. There were documents relating to this attraction floating around online where everyone had one mindset. If this coaster were to actually happen, it could easily be one of the best attractions ever built. It had everything going for it, from being one of the most well-regarded coaster models in the world to being under the ownership of a company who was not afraid to spend the extra buck. Once those rumors became reality and pieces of it started showing up at this park, all eyes in the roller coaster world were set on this one ride. Many months of construction and teasing later, the ride was finally announced and the hype couldn't get much higher. Then when the ride finally opened for riders, its reception was overwhelming to say the very least. I could think of very few rides that instantly became a worldwide phenomenon upon opening. Like a previous ride in this ranking, it was one that was so hyped up that it haunted my dreams. Because of all this, I personally lowered my expectations. Lots of people were calling it the best in the world, while a good few others couldn't help but feel disappointed because of the hype. Therefore, I set my personal expectations to moderately high. And after I took my first few rides in the fall of 2022, it's safe to say that those expectations were completely decimated. From the thematic elements to the overall thrill, each ride I took placed me in absolute awe. It's one of those coasters that continuously got better the more I rode it, and after about the third or fourth ride, including an absolutely gorgeous night ride, I officially deem this the best roller coaster I've ever been on. What makes this ride so special? First, we have the queue line. It's not just one of the best queue lines for a roller coaster, it is one of the most ambitious and detailed queues for any theme park attraction. From simple sets to very convincing audio animatronics, it does nothing but pump you up for the main course. The ride itself starts with a little 50-mile-an-hour launch into an awesome little first half. There, you do 2 looping inversions that have a mix of positive forces, airtime, lateral forces, and even a bit of hang time. After those inversions are a lot of twists, turns, and hills that are carried by a plethora of thematic set pieces surrounding the track. If you thought that first half was incredible, the second half is where everything is taken from 10 to 100 in no time. It kickstarts with another launch that feels way faster than its advertised 70-mile-an-hour top speed, goes over an airtime-filled top hat, and keeps a frightening pace through the rest of this action-packed layout. There on out, you roll and hang upside down for a good few seconds, take unconventional turns and sideways airtime moments, over a few more hills, and the point of the ride where everything is taken from 100 to 1,000, that final barrel roll inversion. It's an element taken at a high speed, very low towards water, and the best I can describe it is that you feel every single sensation all at once. The layout is a masterpiece, and the thrills on this wouldn't be the way they are without the incredible harness system. It's an over-the-head lap bar that is super comfortable even when it gets tight. You also get a ton of upper body freedom with the seating system. Combine all that together and you get the ultimate thrill of a lifetime. With how they designed both its thematic and thrilling nature, this ride goes above and beyond all else in providing the grandest experience possible. And this resort has every single right to give it the title of the apex predator of roller coasters. My number one favorite amusement and theme park ride of all time is Jurassic World Velocicoaster at Universal's Islands of Adventure.
Welcome
Well, that's the entire ranking. Thank you all for sticking around as I cover my love for amusement and theme parks. As I ride more attractions, I hope to completely change this list up sometime in the future. Thanks for watching, and have a thrilling rest of the day.